And I'm mute. They all this other stuff they control from the court.
They're loud next door.
It's because you got the door open.
Attorney Privet?
Yes.
I have Attorney Bupaloo here. He's in person. I can move you to a breakout room to speak with him.
Oh, I sent him the form but if he needs to talk with me, I can.
Yeah, he said he needed to speak with you. So I'm going to go ahead and put you into that breakout room.
Okay.
Thank you.
Baby tractors coming.
I'm sorry, what?
Chuck, are you still in the courtroom?
Attorney Privet, did you need something?
Yep, I was in the breakout room by myself, so I left.
Am I supposed to click on anything?
No.
Were they in the right breakout room?
Well, I moved her to the prosecutor's office.
I'll take a look.
Let me,
It's really screechy.
right, try that one.
That's
Okay.
Charles Bolton was here and he's going in a press.
Good morning, Renee. Oh, as soon as I put my. Okay. Oh,
Hi, son.
all right. Hey, Chuck, how are you? I'm doing okay, but
A little rain.
My sound was on and it should have been.
what, oh, your sound? It was your sound.
It was the sound over here.
Oh, okay.
Chuck, do you put in forms?
No, I
You do or don't?
yeah, she emailed me the form.
Okay.
Okay, will you let me put that in? Okay, the first matter before the court. Admit, are you the host?
You're the host. I'm the co-host.
How come I can't
I
admit?
can't put people in breakout rooms or anything.
Okay, stop video. Okay, start. There's the waiting room over here. Okay.
Do we have an extra microphone on?
Microphone.
Well, we got that one.
That one's on.
And what about?
Oh, that was the microphone. Yeah.
Okay.
I turned the speaker down, but I hadn't turned off the microphone. Okay. I'm out of touch, out of practice. Okay. All right. So this is the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Kimberly Brandt. Miss Brandt is here with her attorney, Charles Bokaloo. Mr. Bokaloo, what is your client's intention?
Your Honor, I believe it's her intention to waive for further negotiations, specifically a package in certain court. For her benefit, I did discuss this with the prosecutor. She has a number of cases. And there is a note not to write any additional, this is additional charges. This one is older than the previous one that was here. And he has a number, and we're just waiting to try and get them all packaged together.
Very well. You know how I hate sleepers. Is that? Yeah, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Okay, Ms. Brandt,
Yes,
is that your understanding of the plea offer?
yeah, I guess.
Is that plea offer in?
Well, I didn't even hear what he said the offer was.
Oh, okay. The offer is that
What was that?
if you waive your right preliminary examination, they'll continue negotiations on this matter and the other matters that are pending against you.
And
Yes.
there won't be any further charges written, except for possibly after this. So if there's any other old charges, it's my understanding that they'll endeavor not to write anymore.
But that's not in the written plea offer. It's just, written plea offer is just further negotiations, circuit court with other pending cases.
I understand. Ms. Prevet's indicated that she would try and make sure there are no further charges, but she could acknowledge that.
That's accurate.
So there'll be no further charges added?
But
For any past activities.
Okay, thank you.
yes, in this meeting, on this one, and we'll try and take care of that later. Okay?
Are those city charges?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they're probably right.
Just muted the jail. Ms. Brand, I muted you because there was some background noise there. When it's time for you to speak out, or if you want to say anything, raise your hand. I'll unmute you, okay? Okay. Chuck, I've got it's up on the screen there for you.
Ms. Brand, you give me permission to sign your name to these forms, right? Yes, okay.
Oh, yeah. So. The prosecutor's office will not bring any additional charges for past activity. Okay. Ms. Prevet, has the court accurately stated the plea offer on the screen here that and defendants waiving the right to preliminary examination stands the prosecutor's office to continue negotiations. The prosecutor's office will not bring any additional charges for past activity.
Yes, for past retail fraud activity, yes.
For any past retail fraud activity.
Right.
Okay. And that's why I like to get it down exactly the plea offer. Deputy, can you unmute Ms. Brandt?
He did it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brandt, is that your understanding of the plea offer? That's on
Yes,
the-
sir.
Okay,
Yes,
and is it okay to to sign your name here?
absolutely.
Mr. Boklu, Mr. Prevet, is that okay? I
Yes,
will-
Your Honor.
Okay.
Is there? Is there any way that I could talk to my attorney before I leave?
You want to talk to him right now?
Yeah, I'd like to, if that's possible. Or if he can,
Okay. We will, okay.
I know I got a good attorney and I trust him, but I seem to have talked to everybody but him.
Oh, you've got a really good attorney.
Oh, I know I do.
So, in fact, I'll tell you what, you've got an important decision coming up here, momentarily. And that is, okay. Do you understand you have right to employ an attorney? You may request a court-appointed attorney if you're financially unable to employ one. Mr. Boklu is here with you, okay?
Okay,
You have right to preliminary examination where it must be shown that a crime was committed and probable cause exists to charge with the crime. I voluntarily waive my right to preliminary examination. Understand I'll be bound over to circuit court on the charge and the complaint, all right?
okay.
What I'm gonna do we have breakout room set up for defense attorney? Okay. Before she waives, I want to, if she has any question, I want to have you talk. So if you go back to the conference room, I'll have her talk with you.
Okay.
Okay? I'll put you in the breakout room,
Defense attorney one and
you know, but that's not the conference room.
It's actually the prosecutor.
The prosecutor's office? Yeah.
before, yes.
Put her in there.
Yeah, let me see.
This was his prosecutor's office.
I'm gonna put you in the prosecutor attorney. I think that's what they've named that room.
It's already clicked. Create or something.
Assigned to prosecutor attorney. Okay, Chuck, if you go back to the prosecutor's office.
And I'll check with.
Okay, Deputy, can you join the prosecutor attorney's office, please?
Deputy, he keeps stepping out.
Judge, he said he needs to talk to me again, or?
No,
You have to join in there. He's joining me right now.
okay. Nancy, can you make sure that I've got her in the right room? I might have to move her to a different room.
Yeah. I was
You see,
thinking
it's
the
the-
prosecutor's office.
Well, prosecutor's office,
That's where I think they're working.
okay, I'll move it. Want to make sure we got him in the room. Good morning, Ms. Wagner.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, good. Good morning, Mr. Mathis.
Morning.
This is the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Darwin Mathis. Mr. Mathis is here today with his attorney, Renee Wagner. People representative, Ms. Bonnie Prevet. Ms. Wagner, what is your client's intention this morning?
Your Honor, I was retained on this matter on Monday evening. I faxed over my appearance Tuesday morning, but at this point have no discovery or no judgment on the prosecutor's office. That's a very short window of time.
Sure.
It is clearly an old case, and to be
Yeah.
honest, my client has no knowledge of the basis for these charges. So I really need the discovery in order to be able to converse with him about what got us here. So I'm asking if the court would adjourn the probable cause conference. I did speak with Ms. Prevet via a chat while the court was dealing with the other matters. She indicated no issue with that.
Okay, very good. I can read the affidavit of probable cause that might jar, may or may not jar your client's memory. On November 19th, 2013, Kentwood Officer Brian Berry responded to an identity theft call at 3060 Wingate Drive, Apartment 3C in the city of Kentwood. Officer Berry met with the victim, Darwin Mathis Jr., stated his father, Darwin Mathis Sr., had been using his social security number illegally. On September 20th, 2011, Sr. filled out paperwork at Chase Bank for a personal signature card using Junior's social security number. This was done at 203 North Main Street, Davison, Michigan, less than a mile from Senior's residence. The form was filled out by Senior, who had already had a debit card with Chase Bank, and used his debit card, driver's license ID, and verbally stated Junior's social security number for the form. That's the charge.
All right, well, that at least gives me some knowledge and I can chat with my client about it further.
And I'll tell you what, we're going to adjourn this, going to set this up for a probable cause conference next week.
Okay.
Do we have a date for next week?
Next week.
And you're going to waive any time requirements?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. We should already have, what's the last name?
Mathis. And I'll be here next week also, so.
Oh, well, so much for retirement.
And since I signed the warrant, I figured I'd be good for that. I'm going to handle the prelim too, the probable cause conference. Huh?
At 10 a.m. So we'll just do his probable cause.
Okay, we're all booked up. But
The 25th.
yeah, 25th, do we have anything earlier? Or are we all booked up?
Well, there's a bunch of meetings. We could do 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Okay. Next Thursday at 9 a.m. Is that going to work for both of you?
Works for me, Your Honor.
Me
Yes,
too.
Your Honor.
Okay, good. And Ms. Wagner, I'll put you in a breakout room with your client so that you can talk.
Actually, Your Honor, I'll just call him when we're done.
Oh,
with it.
okay.
That's not a
Okay,
problem.
that sounds good. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Mr. Mathis, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so it'll be next week, same Zoom room.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, take
Thank you,
care.
Your Honor.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so Ms. Brandt, have you had a chance to talk with Mr. Bokalu now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So I read over the examination waiver form. Do you wish to waive your right to preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
And do I have your permission to sign your name to this document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and okay, this matter will be bound over to circuit court. Okay. At circuit court arraignment, this matter will be bound over to circuit court arraignment. You'll stand trial there in circuit court.
Okay.
The first step in circuit court is an arraignment. The judge tells you what charge you're facing. Mr. Bokalu, did you wish to plead not guilty and not request a prelim transcript?
And not request.
Right, not request, yeah. Okay. And do I have permission to sign your name to this document, Ms. Brandt?
Yes, sir.
Very good. The final matter before the court is the question of bond.
Well, she has a number of these. This is an older one than what.
This is $5,000 personal recognizance on this. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, you know what? Time out, time out. I'm looking at Mr. I'm looking at Mr. Mathis' file. Um, 5,000, 10%, not be in the premise of Home Depot, tether for lease.
I would ask the court to reduce that at this point. I mean, it's not like we're gonna, if we eventually can get her out, it'll be on conditions anyway, and right now she's not able to meet those conditions.
What are the charges is she facing
It's always like,
from different courts?
at least one, the most recent one was here.
Okay,
And then this charge was before the other.
okay. And are there charges out of other courts?
Yes,
Okay, I assume they're all going to be assigned to the same circuit court judge.
correct.
Okay, I'm gonna let the circuit court judge take a look at all of them together.
Fair enough.
And I'm gonna continue the bond the same amount. So this matter will be bound over. The next step will be a status conference on the circuit court. And they'll schedule that in about 6 weeks or so.
Okay.
Mr. Oakley will be in contact with you between now and then.
Okay,
So Chuck, I'm gonna have you sign the waiver of circuit court arraignment. I'm gonna have you sign the waiver of circuit court arraignment. Or prelim examination waiver. You have a form for the circuit court arraignment?
thank you, sir.
Did I print out some plea offers over there? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome, Ms. Brandt. Good luck and hope that you can make some change in your life that they're positive.
He's making a whole lot of positive changes in my life right now.
Okay.
So start with self. Am I done then?
You're all set.
I'm all set? Okay.
We'll get you, you'll get a copy of that plea offer.
Okay,
Okay, and okay, and Mr. Boklus signed your name to these documents.
yep, absolutely.
Circuit. Oh, okay. Here's your copy of the offer. Here's a copy for your. Ooh, what's the smudge about? Copy for your clients.
Oh, they don't.
I'm almost done.
I don't usually send.
No.
Maybe you should ask them to make sure we're done. Can you see you?
No.
Are we all set then now?
I believe so, Chuck. Good to see you.
Same here.
Are you done?
So Your Honor,
And
Your Honor,
hang on.
you said I'm done, right? I'm done, okay.
Oh, yeah, Ms. Brandt, yeah, I gave a copy of that plea offer to Mr. Boklus. I wasn't ignoring, or wasn't answering you because I wanted to make sure I got all the paperwork right.
Okay, I'm sorry, the deputy was asking.
Okay, okay.
Thank
all
you.
right. Yep.
Bye.
Mr. Dunzio, how are you?
Judge, good to see you. I didn't think I'd see you so soon, but
Yeah,
it's always nice
But
to
look
see
at this,
Judge.
look at this, Nancy. I mean, he's become a pro at this, learning to unmute himself. He's become a real Zoom pro on this. High tech Damien. He doesn't have to
It
have
is,
his technical assistance anymore.
Oh, you miss it, Judge, don't you? You miss it.
Yeah, yeah. So, Mr. Nunjo, you are here on behalf of Rashad Short, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. We're going to be waiving our hearing today, and certainly we'll email back the documents. I'm not sure who the prosecutor is on the case.
It's me. Hi,
Oh,
Dave.
hi, Bonnie.
Do you need me to send the form over, Judge, or, because I didn't know Damien was on the case.
We just got on the case, but we're going to go ahead and waive, okay? I'm not sure what offer you're making on this, but we're going to waive anyway.
At this point, it's
well-
as charged, so
Yeah.
any reduction is gonna have to come from Chris or Monica.
Okay, very well. But we'll go ahead and waive and still enter not guilty for circuit court arraignment.
Okay. Okay. Case number. Okay. So since we don't have a form here, I'll fill it in here.
Judge, are we signing by permission?
Yep.
Okay, very good.
So is that the plea offer that defendants waive his right to preliminary examination, exchange the prosecutor's offer to continue negotiations?
Your Honor.
Mr. Short, is that your understanding of the status of the plea negotiations? Mr. Short, you're muted. You have to unmute.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do I have your permission to sign your name to this document?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Short? Okay. And Mr. Nunes, do I have your permission to sign your name?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And Ms. Brevet, same?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Short, I want you to look at this document here that I put up on the screen. You understand you have a right to employ an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. And Mr. Nunzio is your attorney. You've had enough time to speak with your attorney about this?
Yes.
Very well. Now, you have a right to a preliminary examination where it must be shown that a crime was committed, probable cause existed to charge you with the crime. And you voluntarily, paragraph 2 says you voluntarily waive your right to preliminary examination. Understand you'll be bound over to circuit court on the charge of the complaint and warrant. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So do I have your permission to sign your name to this document?
Yes.
Mr. Nunzio, do I have permission to sign your name to this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. This matter will be bound over to circuit court. The next step will be a circuit court arraignment where the judge will tell you what you're charged with. All right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nunzio, do you and your client wish to waive that circuit court arraignment?
Yes, Your Honor. Respectfully, putting in the box, not guilty.
Okay. We will do that.
And you have my permission to sign my name too, Judge.
Okay, and Mr. Short, do I have permission to sign your name to this document where it says you hereby acknowledge the defendant received a copy of the information, has read it, or had it read, explained, understand the substance of being charged, waives the circuit court arraignment in open court?
Yes,
You wish
sir.
to- Okay, so I'll sign your name to that document. I have to figure out what's the constant blur there. Okay.
Excuse me.
All right, bond has been set in the amount of $5,000 personal recognizance. Oh, the next matter then will be, this matter will be set for a pretrial conference or status conference with the circuit court. They'll schedule that about 6-8 weeks from now. Mr. Nunzi will be in touch with you between now and then to talk about this case further. He's going to be in touch with the prosecutor's office also, and then he'll be back in touch with you. But that'll be an important date for you to decide what you want to do in this matter. The final matter before the court is the question of bond. Bond has been set in the amount of $5,000 personal recognizance. Ms. Prevet, do you have any objections to bond being continued?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Short, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. You're all set. Make sure you keep in contact with Mr. Nunzio.
Always a
Thank you.
pleasure, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
Good.
Babette.
Yep, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Next matter before the court will be the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Leonard Conyers. He has 2 charges here, and he's represented by the defender's office. I have someone here named Letitia. Oh, that's our cashier. Okay, that's Letitia. Okay. Mr. Conyers, we're waiting for your turn to appear. Okay. Mr. Conyers, have you had a chance to speak with your attorney?
Nope, I haven't.
Okay, I'll make sure that you have a chance to speak with him.
Hey, Your Honor, can I ask a question? After this, after we have this this hearing, is it possible that I can be took back to Macomb County and then all the other hearings be by Zoom?
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
What other charges do you have over in Macomb County?
We got a retail fraud in Macomb County. I'm gonna get sentenced on it next month.
Okay. I don't see Mr. Conyers' file. No, I should. I have none. Okay, Mr. Conyers, I'm going to mute you for right now because there's a lot of background noise there. But as soon as your attorney comes on the screen,
Okay. After
I will, as soon as he comes on, I will unmute you and put you in a breakout room so you can speak with him or her.
okay, is it, after that, can you possibly look into that, me getting back down to Macomb County though?
Yeah, that'll be the last thing we do today. I got to take I was just looking for your file and the clerk went to get it.
Okay.
And it's a question of bond. And you can talk with your attorney about arguing about bond. And also, I'm going to give the prosecutor a chance to talk. And we'll.
They already gave me a bond.
I know. I will review the bond. That's why you're being held in Kent County.
Okay.
Okay, this is a $5,000 10% bond on one. And 10,000 10% on the other. Okay.
I'm not going anywhere.
What's the amount of the bond in Macomb County?
Macomb County?
Right.
I think it's 5,000. I'm not going anywhere anyway. I'm finna be sentenced. I'm reminded.
Yeah.
I thought maybe we could do this by Zoom.
Well, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, I thought I wasn't even coming. My lawyer told me we was gonna do it by Zoom.
Your attorney's gonna appear by Zoom. So
I'm saying I agree to have the court hearings by Zoom.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to talk about the bond in a little while. I'm not going to make any promises one way or another at this point. Okay. But we'll.
No,
yes,
I'm not trying to get out on a bond. I'm just trying to get back to Macomb County.
I understand that, but that's why you're not in Macomb County, because you have this bond here.
Okay.
So, okay, I'm going to put you on mute because of that background noise.
All right.
Bonnie, do you know who's here from or who's supposed to be representing him in the defender's office?
Yes, it's Laura Joyce, Your Honor. We had emailed earlier in the week. She indicated that she was just going to set it for prelim with witnesses. But I can text her and tell her to log on. Should I try to
Please.
do that?
Okay.
I'll do that.
Okay. Probably give a call to Bob and find out why this is smudging.
He's here, so I will.
Okay, yeah.
Michelle said the reason why we're having so much trouble with WordPerfect is because we're not using it anymore because of all that problem. We're using
Adobe.
Huh?
Adobe.
Yes, instead. And then he said, well, I wish somebody would have told me.
Well. Okay. So figured what the problem was. Yeah.
She will be logging on in just a minute. She said she's with Judge Faber right now, and she will be here as soon as she can.
Terrific, thank you. It's smudging like this.
Oh, well.
And it's not the same, it's,
Well, what I could do, the new printer arrived here. I could put it in. I could just swap it out. It won't take me a couple minutes. Oh yeah, let me go across City Hall, grab it.
oh, okay, great, great.
I'll fix it.
Okay, that'll fix it.
Yeah.
I'm not having problems with Word Perfect today.
So, right, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, but yesterday,
But-
neither one of us.
Well, but that file was corrupted, I think. So I copied it and now I can use it.
Yeah, the funny thing is that happens to me frequently. When you used to be here before we went to Judge Sturkenberg, I would get that same thing, that I didn't have the authority to use.
Oh, yeah, the access denied, yeah.
Yeah, and I would have to delete WordPerfect and bring them all up again, over and over again, and that was part of the problem. Some days it worked, some days it wouldn't.
Yeah.
There's still a few macros that still work, but she just said we weren't using any macros in WordPerfect anymore.
Who said that?
Judge Sturkenberg,
Oh, okay.
just a few of them that we're still using, but
Yeah.
majority we're not. Is Adobe something you have to pay for, Judge?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Well,
right.
what happened to the yellow sheet on the waiver circuit court of Raymond for Rashad Short? Put it in the file. Here's the yellow one on Kimberly Brandt. Have to do it all over again. And I'll find the yellow one as soon as I.
Probably. Who is the guy? Brant?
No, Rashad Short.
Okay.
Get a new printer out of the deal.
I know. So I can make copies.
Okay.
And fax.
Oh.
I didn't think it was a fax.
Oh, it was.
Oh, now I told you I'd find the yellow sheet as soon as
As soon as you probably did.
because I set it aside. This goes to the prosecutor. This pile here goes to the prosecutor. I I've got extra copies in there to send to the defendant and defense attorney. This is one of my pet peeves.
I know, and that's something new that she ordered. Yes, it drives me crazy because I have to make copies of that. So I have them for prelim days and I have to unstaple and make my copy and
And then
restaple.
the bond paperwork is buried in here. I got it.
It should have a tab where the attorney is and the bond is
Well, this,
on the right side. Right, Jen?
yeah, but
The yellow tab is
Yeah,
for attorney.
yeah, I got the yellow tab. That's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
that.
That's a good idea. But I don't see the bond paperwork on this one. Oh, maybe I pulled it out. That's because I pulled it out already. I know the state court administrative office wants everything attached like that, but
They want everything what?
well, they want everything in the two prongs.
Oh.
And I said, well, for files like this, I'm pulling the bond paperwork out. And
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Hackett.
Morning, Your Honor. How are you? Good to see you.
I am terrific. Good to see you. Good to see you. You are here on behalf of Selena Anderson, is that correct?
No, Your Honor. I'm here on Claven Getter.
That's a Claven Getter. There's another Robert representing Selena Anderson. Claven Getter, okay?
I know that he's trying to log in, Judge.
Okay. Oh, Laura Joyce is joining us. Good morning, Laura. You're muted, Miss Joyce.
Your Honor, hi.
Good morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
So you're here on behalf of Mr. Conyers, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to speak with Mr. Conyers yet?
I did speak with Mr. Conyers. I don't know if he has any questions for me this morning, but I had spoken with him previously.
Okay, Mr. Conyers, can you ask the deputy to unmute you? There you are. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
I got some questions for my lawyer though, still.
Okay, you have some questions?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to put you in a breakout room then.
Okay. How you doing, man?
We gotta do it.
Okay, you've both been invited to a breakout room for the Office of the Defender. And Mr. Atkins, you need to speak with Ms. Brevet.
Yes, Your Honor. I have not received a PCC sheet or anything. I haven't had any contact with the prosecutor.
I didn't know
Okay.
you were on the case, so.
You didn't
Okay.
know? Can we just go ahead and just adjourn it then? And
I'm going to put you in an office together.
okay, very good, sir. Thank you.
Oh. Move to prosecuting attorney. Move to prosecuting attorney. Okay. Okay, Bonnie, I put you in a breakout room, but you're still here.
Yeah, let's see.
Been invited.
There we go.
Okay, there you go.
So if it's all caps, Judge, that's a location here in the building.
Okay.
If it's not, it's virtual.
Oh.
All of this stuff, does that make you glad you're retired, Judge?
I'll tell you what I don't miss is the landlord tenant. Somebody dialed in on such a number, please unmute and identify yourself.
Yeah.
And have to
Now
repeat
they
that 3 or 4
have,
times.
When they come in, is there something you guys send to them? It says, type your name in or something? Because some of them do that before.
We send them instructions. And then sometimes when I see them in the waiting room unidentified, I'll send them a message saying, please change your name so the court can identify you. And sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
And sometimes we'll still say their name 20 times or their phone number, and they still don't know that we're talking to them. The prosecutor's office, if they don't identify themselves, they kick them out.
How many grandkids does Jenny have?
3.
They all little?
9, 7, and 2.
Oh, fun
And
ages.
one on the way.
So you got all your updates at your house done finally?
No, it's still,
Oh my gosh.
which
At
reminds,
least you're home for them.
Yeah.
Got your yard all taken care of?
yeah, yard's in pretty good shape.
So it's just inside. And when you get married, are you guys gonna still live at your house?
Gina's not like this ghost of Sharon.
Most women don't judge. Start out fresh somewhere else. And you're thinking, I put all this money in this house and now I'm gonna sell it. But the bright side is you'll get top dollar for it.
Yeah, that's been bone of contention.
Yeah.
Hey, Laura, trying to make it our house. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that or not.
Yeah. Maybe.
Well, Ms. Joyce, Mr. Hackett, good to see
Your
both of
Honor.
you.
You as well?
Yeah. Let's see if I can remember how to do all this stuff. Your clients are both still in the breakout room.
And my client just informed me, Judge, that he's still trying. I'm not, do you think?
Oh, there's
he's-
Mr. Conyers. Okay. You're, Mr. Hackett, you were saying what?
That Mr. Clavin is still working on it. He says to try and get in contact with you or in trying to, contact or get in the Zoom room, but he hasn't been able to.
Yeah, I just checked the waiting room and Miss Benavides was the only person in the waiting room, so.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Miss Benavides. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good, except I can't see you.
Oh, 1 minute.
You got a nice logo there.
Thank you.
And if Miss Prevette joins us again, then we'll be able to proceed with Mr. Conyers. Okay, it's the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Leonard Conyers is file number 21-60018FY for an unarmed robbery and file number 21-60023FY for retail fraud in the first degree. Ms. Joyce, have you had a chance to speak with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay, terrific. What is your client's intention?
Your Honor, he would like to leave both these matters on for the preliminary examination.
Okay, very good. That's scheduled for Monday at 3 o'clock.
Sounds good, Your Honor. That will be in person.
I don't know what Judge Struckenberg is doing. So
If they have a lot of witnesses
how many witnesses do you have?
and exhibits, then
I think like 2 or 3.
What's up, man? Hey,
Ms. Joyce, would you prefer to have it in person?
I guess, can I ask Mr. Conyers just on the record? Is that fine, Your Honor?
Right.
Mr. Conyers, would you like your prelim to be in person or via Zoom? Do you want to be in the courtroom or do you want to do it via video?
I'm saying if they taking me back, I'll do a Zoom. If they not, then I'll be in person.
Okay, we'll do it in person then Monday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Conyers had spoken with me earlier, wanted to know if he could be transferred back to Macomb County. And so let's just leave the bond as is, because we have to do the preliminary examination, rather than have them go back to Macomb County and then have to transport them back. Or let's just do it this way, and then I'll let Judge Sturkenberg do the bond on Monday after the preliminary examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any offers that you wish to place on the record at this time?
I think the offer, well, no, because Laura, doesn't he have cases pending in circuit court?
No, he's just these two, but the offer was just to package these two, I think.
But then he also has a sentencing coming up in Macomb County.
Correct.
Okay.
What charge is that on?
Mr. Conyers, what's your Macomb County case?
Retail fraud.
Retail fraud.
And did you post a bond on that?
Nope.
So, Your Honor, the only offer would be his record is extremely lengthy, so count one in both files as a second felony offender.
Okay. And you'll send that in writing over to Ms. Joyce?
I can, yes.
Okay. So Monday afternoon, 3 o'clock.
Sounds good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
It was good seeing you, Your Honor.
Good seeing you. My pleasure.
All right.
And
I ain't not told well, man.
Your Honor.
okay, Mr. Getter is here.
Your Honor, since speaking to Ms. Prevett, since it was the first time I've talked to her, I need, can I speak to Mr. Getter in a breakout room, please?
Certainly, as soon as it connects to the audio.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Okay. And then there's the matter of the People's State of Michigan versus Jason Kitchens. Mr. Kitchens is here today with the attorney, Ms. Daisy Benavides. He's charged with possession of cocaine, operating while intoxicated first, driving while suspended second. Ms. Benavides, did you need to speak with anyone in the breakout room?
Your Honor, if I could just confirm with Bonnie what the offer is, then I can talk to him about it.
Okay.
And Bonnie, I don't have my phone with me.
Okay. He has a pending case in circuit court, right?
Yes.
Okay. But on this case, I would just offer counts 1 and 2, dismissing count 3 and the sub 2.
All right. Your Honor, if I could just briefly speak with him. I did speak with him earlier this week, but not before this offer.
Sure.
It'll be quick.
And while you're talking, I'll prepare. Okay. So,
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
You're breaking up.
I'm breaking up?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Daisy?
Yes.
He may be 7411 eligible. I'll take no position on that.
Okay.
Okay. And is this Mr. Kitchens here at the jail?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Mr. Kitchens, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with your attorney.
Okay.
Just a moment, I got to rename you here. And Ms. Benavides, I will prepare a plea offer form while you're speaking with your attorney, or with your client.
Sounds good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Clavin is available to go into a breakout room.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Hackett, okay, you want to speak with Mr. Getter in the breakout room?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Getter. Good morning, Mr. Getter. Mr. Getter, can you hear me?
Mr. Getter.
Mr. Getter is not connected to the audio.
Nothing ever works when you need it to, Your Honor.
I'm gonna tell him to hang up and dial in again.
I just texted him. Let's see. Mr. Getter, can you hear us? Now unmute yourself.
Oh.
There you go. Oh, you got it. You had it.
Yeah, I had it, and then I muted him.
Oh.
I was asking him to unmute. Okay, there you are, Mr. Getter. Good. So, Mr. Getter, I'm going to put you in a breakout room so you can speak privately with your attorney. All right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay. I take it, is this your first time using Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, it's can be tricky at times. So.
Yeah, it is. I was lost.
That's attorney 2 and Mr. Hackett. I'll move you to defense attorney 2. Okay. You've both been invited to a breakout room. Just click on that, join the breakout room. Okay. Jason Kitchens. See, this is Daisy's case.
Hi, Your Honor.
Daisy, I'm just finishing up the plea offer, so you came in just perfect.
Good.
Okay. All right. Jail's back. Okay, Ms. Prevet, are you still there?
I am.
Okay, this is the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Jason Kitchens. And Mr. Kitchens is here today with his attorney, Ms. Daisy Benavides. And Ms. Benavides, what is your client's intention?
Your Honor, my client will be, waiting.
Okay. And did I state the plea agreement correctly on the screen? The defendant's waived his right to preliminary examination. In exchange, the prosecutor's offered the defendant pleads guilty to possession for cocaine and operating while intoxicated first offense. The prosecution dismissed the charge, driving while suspended second offense. The prosecutor will take no position on sentencing pursuant to Michigan File Laws 333.7411.
Your Honor, accepted it's operating while intoxicated second offense.
Oh, second offense, okay.
That's what count 2 is, yes.
Okay, I have it written down in my register of action as first offense.
I'm looking at the information.
Yep, it is second offense. Okay. Our register of action is incorrect, so. That's why I like to go over everything with you on the record here.
Thank you.
To change that. Ms. Prevet, if I stated it correctly now?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Ms. Benavides, is that your understanding of the plea offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kitchens, is that your understanding of the plea offer?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, one other thing. Bonnie, did you say something about a sub 2 habitual?
I think he is a sub 2, so if there are any subs, we would dismiss that.
Okay. Dismiss subs.
I'll just say as a habitual offender, habitual felon. Now have I got it right?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Kitchens, is that your understanding of the plea offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Now you have a right to a preliminary. Do I have your permission, Mr. Kitchens, to sign your name down here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Ms. Benavides, Ms. Prevet?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Kitchens, you have a right to a preliminary examination. And there's a form here. I'm going to read this over to you. I, the defendant, understand I have a right to employ an attorney. I may request a court-appointed attorney if I'm financially unable to employ one. I have a right to a preliminary examination where it must be shown that a crime was committed and probable cause exists to charge me with the crime. I voluntarily waive my right to a preliminary examination. Understand I'll be bound over to circuit court on the charges of the complaint and warrant. You understand that?
Yes, yes,
And
Your
do I
Honor.
have your permission to sign your name to this document?
Yes.
And Ms. Benavides, do I have your permission to sign your name to this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Prevet?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then this matter will be bound over to circuit court. Examination was waived on March 18th. It will be bound over to circuit court. The first step in circuit court is an arraignment. At the arraignment, the judge advises you of the charges you're facing. Ms. Benavides, do you and your client wish to waive your right to a circuit court arraignment?
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to plead guilty and waive, please.
Plead not guilty and
Not guilty, sorry, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Kitchens, do you wish to waive your right to a circuit court arraignment?
Yes, yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Then I'll sign your name to that document also. This matter will then be set for a status conference in circuit court. That status conference will be about 6 or 8 weeks from now. Ms. Benavides will be in contact with between now and then. The final matter before the court is the question of bond.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would like to address bond for Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Kitchens is working full-time, Your Honor. He's actually managing the Checkers, the one on 28th Street, and he is very anxious to get back as they really do need him. He's actually been a very good client of mine, very responsible, keeps in touch with me more than most of my clients do. He does have kids he is providing for, and I just ask that this court take that into consideration. As for me, since I started representing him, I know he does have a history where he did not appear because he was not notified, is what he tells me. And they did have the wrong address when we checked, but he has been very responsible showing up to all of the court dates involving our courts. Our cases. So I just ask that, Your Honor, please lower the bond so that he can continue to provide while we wait for these matters to run their course.
Okay, but it's my understanding he's out on bond right now in another matter.
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Ms. Brevet, do you have any comments regarding bond? Bonds currently set at $25,000 cash security.
No comments, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kitchens, do you have any comments regarding bond?
No, like, I mean, it's really high. I haven't made that much this year. Like, that's a lot of money. I mean, that's it, brother.
Okay. Problem is that, what's the status of the criminal sexual conduct and third-degree charge?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What's the status of the criminal sexual conduct?
Oh, we're just waiting for the status conference, Your Honor. We had one in December and that was canceled. And so we're just waiting for Judge Quist's staff to contact me, but I am going to be reaching out so that they know this one's coming and we can get it on. We already know what we're gonna do with this one.
Okay. I'm gonna leave the bond the same amount, $25,000 cash security, and then Judge Quist can review the bond. I assume this case will be assigned to Judge Quist and be able to talk about everything all together. So I'm gonna leave the bond as the same amount. Okay. Kitchens, do you have any other questions?
No.
It is a lot of money, but you're out on bond already, and then you can do this offense and keep the court notified of your address, show up on time for what hearing's been notified of, not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission, not to commit crimes out on bond, not to possess or purchase firearms or ammunition or a dangerous weapon, not to consume or possess any alcohol or marijuana or drugs as prescribed by physician, not to misuse prescription drugs, not to be the present when using illegal drugs. If possible, court services downtown, report as direct to instructed by court service or police officer, and counsel substitutes assessment instructed by court service.
Yeah.
And Ms. Benavides will be out to jail. This matter will be set for a status conference in about 6 or 8 weeks. If it's not joined together with the other one that Ms. Benavides is trying to get scheduled. And Ms. Benavides will be out to jail to talk with you between now and then.
Yeah.
Okay, have a good day.
Yeah.
Next matter before the court is the People's State of Michigan versus Conyers. Conyers is left on for the prelim, right?
Yes.
I don't have a file from Ms. Anderson. Oh, here a second. Okay. This is the matter of the People's State of Michigan versus Claven Getter. And Mr. Getter is here with his attorney, Mr. Robert Hackett, who are both on mute. Good morning, Mr. Mirkay.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Mirkay, you're here on behalf of Ms. Anderson, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. She will be entering a plea to a misdemeanor.
Okay, let me, there's one other matter ahead of you as soon as Mr. Hackett comes back.
Very good. We'll stand by.
Okay.
Thank you.
At first, Mr. McKay, I thought that was a white goatee you had there, but
Well, Your Honor, I had a little bit of surgery yesterday. Apparently not enough sunscreen in my life. And so they took a chunk of my chin out, and I'm kind of eating by liquids and trying not to talk much. So.
Okay, well, I want to, let's remain silent. You have a right to remain silent here.
Thank you.
Give you the Miranda rights here. Good morning, Mr. Hackett. It's like Mr. Hackett has stepped out of the courtroom for a moment. Ms. Brevet, what are we going to do? What's Mr. Hackett's intention, you know?
I think he's waiving.
Okay. Is there a plea offer to place on the record?
Or Getter,
For Mr. Getter, yeah.
count one, dismissing the rest.
Okay. We don't have a new printer in here yet, do we? Did Bob put the new printer in yet?
He is unpacking it.
Oh, unpacking it, okay.
I have Mr. Kitchen's plea.
Oh, okay. Thank you. How many copies did I make?
You only made
Okay. I'll wait until the new one, the printer comes in and I'll. Oh, yeah, that's an idea. Okay. That's office printer. U4. Okay. So Mr. Kitchens is going out there. Control. What?
Grant and Kitchens.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. Here's some copies for the grant file.
You hurt so bad, Mom. My nerves bad. I'm in trouble for 11 years, Mom. 11 years.
Okay, that's why I'm here. No ill will.
What is the plea offer, Mr. Getter?
Count one, CCW, dismissing count two and the sub two.
And
Hey, I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm scared. I'm scared for real, dude.
okay. And Ms. Prevet, if I stated the plea offer correctly on the screen there, defendant's offered the defendant pleads guilty to carrying a concealed weapon. The prosecution dismissed the charge for unless suspended. The prosecution dismissed the supplemental information charge. The defendant is a second felony offender.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Getter, is that your understanding of the plea offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Getter, do I have your permission to sign your name here?
Yes, sir. Mr. Kelly haven't aged a bit. He was cool with me last time. Can I put it on mute? Okay, no.
Say, Lori, just praying right now.
Okay. Is Mr. Hackett back yet?
I'll call my court appointed officer next month, 212, Miss Renee.
You've reached Attorney Bob Hackett. I'm unavailable to take your call right now, but if you leave a short message, I'll get back to you as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Hackett, we're waiting for you to come back to court here on Mr. Getter. This is Judge Kelly.
I also just sent him a text message, Judge.
Okay.
There he is.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Hackett, it's my understanding that you've discussed this matter with Ms. Prevet with Mr. Getter. Is that correct?
I have, Your Honor. I apologize for my absence.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. I understand you're busy trying to take care of 2 or 3 things at once, so I understand that. So in this case, if the defendant's offered, if Ms. Prevet says if the defendant pleads guilty to carrying a concealed weapon, the prosecution just discharges the crime while suspended, the prosecution will dismiss the supplemental information, charging the defendant as a second felony offender. Is that your understanding of the plea offer?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And do I have your permission to sign your name to this document?
You absolutely do.
And Ms. Pravet, do I have permission to sign your name to this document?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Getter, I have permission to sign your name to this document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now, you have a right to a preliminary examination. And I'm gonna give you, show you paper here. It says, I, the defendant, understand I have right to employ an attorney. I may request a court-appointed attorney if I'm financially unable to employ one. I have right to a preliminary examination where it must be shown that crime was committed, probable cause exists to charge me with the crime. I voluntarily waive my right to a preliminary examination. Understand I'll be bound over to circuit court on the charge and the complaint and warrant. Do I have your permission to sign your name to this document, Mr. Hackett?
Yes, Your Honor, you do.
And Ms. Getter, Mr. Getter, do you have permission to sign your name to this document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the document waiving your right to a preliminary examination. And Ms. Pravet, do you consent to this waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. So this matters, preliminary examination is waived. You're bound over to circuit court to stand trial. The first step there will be a circuit court arraignment.
Can we waive that as well, Judge?
Certainly. At the circuit court arraignment, the judge would advise you what the charge is. You'd enter a plea of not guilty. Do you want to save a trip to the circuit court and waive that circuit court arraignment, Mr. Getter?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so do I have your permission to sign your name to this document also?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hackett, the same?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good.
Can you stand and mute, Your Honor, please?
Yep. The final matter now, this matter will be set for a status conference with the circuit court in about 6 or 8 weeks. And Mr. Hackett will be in touch with you between now and then so that you can discuss this matter further. All right?
Yes, sir.
The final matter before the court is the question of bond. Bond has been set in the amount of $10,000, 10%. That bond has been posted. The terms of the bond are you to keep the court notified of your address, show up on time for all hearings been notified of, not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission, not to commit crime, blood, and bond, not to possess or purchase firearms or ammunition or dangerous weapons. As soon as possible, report to court services. Report is directed, submit your testimony directed by court services or police officer. Do you have any objection to the bond being continued, Ms. Pravet?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Getter, to whom are you reporting to at court services?
Miss Renee.
Okay, and when's your next appointment?
Next month on the 12th.
Okay. Mr. Hackett, any comments?
No, Your Honor, I would just ask that bond be continued.
Okay, then I will continue the bond. Make sure you keep those appointments with Ms. Renee.
I will.
So
Thank you, Judge.
keep in touch with your attorney. Good luck. Okay.
Nice to see you, Judge.
Good seeing you. So. And then
We done?
we're done. You're free to stick around, Mr. Hackett, and Mr. Getter, and watch all the other exciting cases we have here today.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have another 4 Zoom hearings to participate here shortly. Thank you. Have a great day. It's great to see you.
One nice thing about a Zoom hearing, 4 Zoom hearings, you wouldn't be able to appear in 4 different courts if in person.
Well, that is certainly true. I'm on 3 different computers here.
That's I kind of figured that that's where you were. So, okay.
Have a great day.
Okay. Take
Be
care.
safe.
Bye-bye.
So we hang up now?
You can go.
Okay. See you, Mr. Kelly.
Okay. You take care. Be good.
I will.
Okay. This is the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Selena Anderson. Ms. Anderson has been charged with possession of
Heroin.
And Ms. Pravet, I understand that you and Mr. Mirkay have discussed this matter.
Yes, Your Honor, it's my understanding she will be entering a misdemeanor plea to the reduced charge of use of heroin.
That is correct, Your Honor. We will be seeking the court's consideration under 7411, and I believe the prosecution will have no position on sentencing.
That's accurate.
And is that your understanding of the plea offer? Ms. Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Anderson, I want you to watch the monitor and listen very carefully. Share screen.
Welcome to the 62B District Court. This is Judge Kelly.
This is what I was looking for.
Please pay attention to the monitor in front of you or read the advice or rights form which you have been given. You will be asked to answer certain questions. You have been brought to court on a criminal offense. Before the court asks you how you wish to plead, the court will advise you of the charge you're facing, the penalties you're facing, and your rights.
All right. So do you understand the charge of use of heroin?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is a misdemeanor. It's punishable up to a year in the county jail and a fine up to $2,000 plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
For a first offense, your driver's license will be suspended for 6 months, no restricted license for the first 30 days. For a second offense, it's double that. No restricted license, suspended for 12 months, no restricted license for 60 days. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, and you might not be able to obtain a student loan for college for a period of time. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you understand the charge against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the penalties?
Yes.
You understand the plea offer?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about your rights.
At this time, the court will advise you of your rights. You have been brought to court on a misdemeanor charge. You have the right to plead guilty, plead not guilty, stand mute. If you stand mute, a plea of not guilty will be entered. Or you may plead no contest with permission of the court. This is similar to a guilty plea and is reserved for special circumstances. You have the right to have a trial by judge. Or you have the right to have a trial by a jury of 6 people from the city of Kentwood. You have the right to the assistance of an attorney. Your attorney is here with you if you have sufficient amount of time to speak with your attorney.
Yeah. Yes.
If you plead guilty or no contest and your plea is accepted, you will not have a trial of any kind, and you'll give up the rights to subpoena witnesses, to cross-examine witnesses, to testify, to remain silent, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
You have the right to be released on bond. If you are now on probation or parole, and you enter a plea of guilty or no contest, or find that guilt is made by a judge or jury, it may result in a violation of your probation or parole. Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Fines, costs, and other financial obligations imposed by the court must be paid at the time of the sentencing. An appeal to circuit court may be taken within 21 days from the date of sentencing. If you are not a citizen of the United States, the conviction of a crime may result in the laws of the United States in deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, or denial of naturalization.
Thank you. Okay, so do you understand the charge against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand the penalties?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand your rights.
Yes.
And you've had a sufficient amount of time to speak with Mr. Mirkay?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, how do you wish to plead into this charge of use of heroin?
Guilty.
And do you understand if you plead guilty, there will not be a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you give up all the rights you'd have at a trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone made any promises or threats to get you to plead guilty besides the plea offer?
No, Your Honor.
Is it your choice to plead guilty?
Yes.
Okay, and back on July 3rd of last year, were you over at the Hawthorne Suites here in the city of Kentwood?
Yes.
And had you been using some heroin there?
Yes, Your Honor.
In fact, the officer saw that you were sleeping and he observed that you had a hypodermic needle in your right hand. And you just purchased that heroin earlier at a gas station across the street, is that right?
Yes.
Or in Grand Rapids? Okay. And they submitted for a test, came back positive for heroin and fentanyl. I went over the penalties for you about the use of heroin, right?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and those are the legal consequences. That's what the court can do. But you know what the real penalties are for use of heroin?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
It's death, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I'm going to talk a little bit more. I've got to do some legal stuff here first. Ms. Bravetta, are you satisfied the court's complied with Michigan Court Rule 6.610 regarding taking guilty plea in district court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mirkay, are you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So Ms. Bravetta, is there anything further that you wish to say before sentencing?
No, thank you.
And Mr. Mirkay, is there anything further that you wish to say before sentencing?
Other than I want to reiterate our pursuit of consideration under section 7411. This is my client's first drug offense. I believe that she's eligible for it. And I think the court had mentioned what the real ramifications are regarding heroin use, and my client stated hopefully the obvious to her, and she completely understood the dangers involved here. It's my hope that she'll never revisit this issue again. I think this is a one and done situation, and I would hope that the court does consider the 7411 consequences here. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bravette, do you have any comments regarding the request for 7411?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm looking, I don't see any prior criminal history. Is that correct?
I don't either.
I believe that's correct, Your Honor.
I think there was I think I met Miss Anderson a few years ago, back in 2018. She was charged with driving with suspended and reduced to impeding traffic because she cleared up her driver's license. Is that correct, Miss Anderson?
Yes. Yes, it is. I remember that.
I think I assessed the fines and costs about $240, something like that.
Yep.
Okay. So, Ms. Anderson, tell me, what have you been doing since July 3rd?
A lot. I lost my kids, which was, to me, it's a consequence, I'd say worse than death. Every day I wake up just working as hard as I can to get them back. I have been going to 12-step meetings. I have 3 different social workers, one from the methadone clinic, one from Arbor Circle, and then I have my foster care social worker through Samaritas. And then I also have 3 different therapists, one through my doctor's office that's specific for trauma, and then one through the methadone clinic, and then one through Arbor Circle as well for domestic violence. Heroin addiction is not something that defines me. Like it doesn't make any sense in my life. Like for 31 years, I was a mother and, and a hard worker, and I had my own home business. I did craft shows. I was a creator
all sorts of different things. Like I knit and crochet and paint and draw. I play music, you know, and that's what's important to me. And a lot of horrible things kind of came into play at once, where I lost my home. And well, like I was in the hospital with meningitis, and I had post-meningitis syndrome when I was raped and became pregnant from that rape. And then I lost my home shortly after. And then you know, I was in the streets for a while, put my life back together after my son was born. I ended up losing it all again. And it was just things that I wasn't used to handling, like being in the streets and being without my children and facing things, you know, ugly things in this world that I didn't know existed. And unfortunately I fell to heroin addiction. And that is not something that I'm going to continue with. That is not something that is, you know, in the stars for my life forever. And it's not something that's going to take me. I have 4 children waiting for me. They trust me to fix this, and I intend to. And so on top of the 12-step meetings and the therapy and the social work, I'm also going to the methadone clinic. And I have an addiction specialist doctor. And gosh, I'm dropping for like 3 different people right now. But yeah, my intention is just to do whatever it takes to get my kids back. I do have my own home now. After 2.5 years of homelessness, it's a 3-bedroom apartment, downtown Grand Rapids. I have 2 vehicles, and I'm looking really hard for employment. And like I've reopened my Etsy shop. I'm starting to try to do like craft shows. I mean, can't do craft shows right now because of COVID, but you know, like I've been building my inventory back up. I've been playing music again. So I'm just, right now, I just want to put my life back together, and and hopefully get my kids back. And I don't ever want to go down that road again.
If we were to test you today, what would the test results be?
Negative. I dropped yesterday and the day before. Yesterday was through family outreach, and then the day before that was the methadone clinic.
Okay.
But I can go down for you today.
I'm going to take a recess for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Five? Yay. Oh,
Okay, Mr. Markey.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Prevet there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Couldn't hear you, couldn't see you, but now through the magic of technology, we're able to do
That's
all.
right.
So I want to explain why I took a 5-minute recess, and that was I wanted to talk with Andrea Zufelt from our sobriety court, drug court, and she said, well, the carrot for her to do it would be that she'd have the case dismissed, but 7411 would take care of that. So there's no carrot. But more importantly, I looked at what would be the benefit of being in the sobriety court, the drug court, and that is that she would be going to the methadone clinic and we'd be monitoring her doing drug tests, and she's already doing that. So she's already getting the benefit of what we would be doing. And so it appears that our drug court, she could apply for it, but I don't think she'd really get the benefit, any more benefits. She'd just be one more person to report to. And it sounds like she's already busy reporting to Family Outreach Center, Methadone Clinic, and who else?
Samaritas, Arbor Circle.
Samaritas and Arbor Circle. You want to submit to a fifth one?
I mean, I will.
Okay. So that's why it would be up to the team if they would decide to accept her into the program to begin with. But Mr. Markey, do you have any other comments that you'd like to make about sobriety court?
No, Your Honor, other than that, I think that there has been a disruption with her parenting, and so that's an additional carrot. And so I'm sure the family court is closely monitoring her as well. And so to be quite honest, and I agree with the court, that sobriety court is probably Not going to do anything more than the already imposed review and monitoring of my client. And so with all due respect, I don't see any need for sobriety court. And I would agree with the court's assessment.
Okay, it'd be more of a burden than a benefit.
Well, I don't think it's much of a burden. She's already doing what she would be required, other than an occasional meeting with the sobriety court representative. And so I don't see it as a burden. I just see it as a layer of overlap.
It'd be several more meetings. So
yeah.
So that's the burden I was talking about. But if it weren't for the fact that you're already doing well in these other programs, apparently doing well in these other programs, and has incentive to do well in those programs, I'm just going to sentence her at this time rather than refer to sobriety, refer to drug court.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson, is there anything else that you want to say before sentencing?
I did hear a part about having my license suspended. And that kind of worry, I don't know if that is up to the court or Secretary of State, but with everything that I have to do, all of my services, it would make it nearly impossible without my license. You know, a bus, I can only get to maybe 2 services a day with the bus. And that's like the methadone clinic and the meetings. And I would miss a lot of other things. So that's all I would have to add. I don't know.
Okay, and that is one of the reasons that in our sobriety court that we do give a restricted license so that people can get to and from all the appointments. We expect people in sobriety court to attend, to go to work, to go to meet with the probation officer, go to counseling, go to AA meetings. And so that's why we have this in the sobriety court. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sentence you, I'm going to place you on probation for 12 months. I'm going to put this up on the screen as soon as I can find out where my mouse is.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I might add that if she does get 7411, it's my belief that the sanctions do not begin until and unless she fails at the 7411. And so it's only at that point it would be abstracted to the Secretary of State's office.
That's correct. So you've been convicted of use of heroin and placed on probation for 12 months. This sentence is pursuant to Michigan Power Laws 333.7411. And as Mr. Mirkay just pointed out, because you're being sentenced pursuant to 7411, and as long as you're complying with probation, this will not be sent to the Secretary of State, so your license will not be suspended.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
Okay. So that's the carrot from this court that you keep on. So you've got if you screw up with this court, then you lose your license for 30 days.
That can't happen.
Okay. If you screw up with, you also lose your chance to get your kids back. You
Yeah, it's an ugly road.
be back on the street. You know how ugly it is.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. How long were you using heroin?
About a year.
About a year. So it's not going to be real easy. So,
No, it's definitely not. But it's worth it.
But it's worth it. I'm glad you can see the benefit of sobriety life. That's important. So failure to comply with this order may result in revocation, probation, incarceration. The terms of probation are as follows. Number 1, you're not to violate the laws of any city, state, or federal government. Number 2, you report monthly or more often to the probation officer and give a complete and truthful report to the probation officer. Number 3, you're not to leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. Number 4, you keep the court notified of your address. Number 5, you're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs or marijuana or other drugs unless prescribed by a physician, not to misuse prescription drugs, not be in the presence of when using illegal drugs. Your submit to alcohol and drug testing is directed by the probation officer. Attend a 12-step program is directed by the probation officer and verify your attendance with the probation officer. You complete counseling is directed by the probation officer and pay fees to the counselor and provide proof of attendance to the probation officer. Seek and maintain employment is directed by the probation officer and verify that probation officer. Now, did you graduate from high school?
What was, I did, yes. I have, well, I am one math class away from my associates.
Okay. Well, if you continue using heroin, you're not going to be able to complete that associates, right?
Absolutely not, no.
If you're sober, you have the clarity of mind that you're going to be able to pass a math class, right?
Yeah, yes, I actually want to go on to GVSU and then go to law school. I want to be a lawyer, so.
Okay. Okay. And you take all medications as prescribed. And you pay $685 in fines and costs and fees.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, probation copy. Judge's office printer. 2. All right. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No.
Listen, I'm glad that you've taken on yourself the last few months to make some positive change in your life. Hope that this continues. I'm going to place you in a breakout room now with the cashier so that you can talk with her about a payment plan. Probation department will be in contact with you. Are you still at 4238142?
No.
What's your phone number?
616-263-6378.
6378
Yes, Your Honor.
263-6378. Okay. And are you still at 847?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Okay, look.
Thank you.
Breakout room here. Letitia, are you there? Okay, I don't see Letitia there, so I'm going to put you into a different breakout room here. Selena Anderson, signed to. I'm going to sign you to cashier Jackie breakout room. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Rob, good to see you.
Good to see you, Your Honor. Wear your sunscreen.
Glad they caught this in time.
Well, yeah, I am too. So wear your sunscreen.
Yeah, you know what? I'm fair skinned. I'm guilty of that, and I have to go in and get checked. I've been fortunate so far to dodge it, but I will not be surprised if I get a chunk taken out.
Well, it's a setback, but fortunately a minor one. So
good.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see you, and best wishes.
My pleasure. Bonnie,
Thank you.
good to see you.
Good to see you, Judge. Sounds
Okay.
like I see you next week also. You're going to be here next week?
I'll be here next week. You're going to be here next week? Thursday?
Probably.
Thursday? Okay. See you
Okay.
then. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Bye, Rob.
Bye-bye. Bye, Bonnie.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, you're back.
Yes.
Okay. Nobody there?
Yeah, they just sent me to the website
Oh,
to fill
okay.
out something for a payment plan. And then they
Oh.
said they'd be contacting me within a few days.
Okay, great. You're all set then.
Yes.
Good luck. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye. Yeah.
Don't take his. I said, don't take his stuff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Howard.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shouldn't you be on a cruise or something like that?
Well, probably should be, but it's Judge Struckenberg's on vacation, so I took a vacation from retirement, you know? You know how that, you know how that goes.
I sure do. And let me say how pleasant it is to be surprised by your appearance here today.
Well, and I'm sure Mrs. Howard likes it when you do a little work, and
Oh, she does.
and-
Gets me out of her here.
my special one likes it when I bring in some extra income. Okay,
All right, Judge.
I understand.
Good to see
You
you.
had a chance to speak with Miss Atkins?
I did, Your Honor. I've spoken to all the people that you'll be seeing.
Okay. Well, Miss Atkins, you were charged with retail fraud in the 3rd degree. Let me see, you were placed on probation by me last August. And probation officer says that the failed report is directed March 6th. Or last January, a year ago, a little over a year ago. Charge for failed report is directed March 6th, June 11th, July 8th, and August 7th. You understand that charge?
Yes.
It's also charged failed to complete a shoppers alternative programs and verify that. You understand that?
I completed it. I did not verify.
Okay. So if you plead guilty to these charges, the court can revoke probation, sentence you spend up to 93 days in jail, and a fine of up to $500 plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to assistance of an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. You understand that?
Yes.
And do you wish to have an attorney?
Yes.
And can you afford an attorney?
No.
Okay. What is your phone number?
616-260-4255.
And your address?
516 Cherry Street, Southeast, Grand Rapids, Michigan, 49503.
Okay. And that was 516, you said?
Yes, sir.
And what's your email?
My email is TYEATKINS3@gmail.com.
Okay. Are you employed?
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you married or single?
I'm single, Your Honor.
Any children?
I have 3 biological, but I'm taking care of a family of 10 right now.
Yeah, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Yes.
How do you wish to plead to this first charge that you failed report is directed March 6th, June 11th, July 8th, and August 7th?
Guilty.
Now, a moment ago, you said you wanted a court-appointed attorney. If you have a court-appointed attorney, your attorney will recommend that you plead not guilty. Would that be a fair statement, Mr. Howard?
It would be, Your Honor.
So you have to make 2 decisions today. The first decision is whether or not you wish to have an attorney, and the second decision is whether you wish to plead guilty or not. If you want to have an attorney, the attorney will recommend that you plead not guilty, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you want to do?
I really just want to get it taken care of. I paid the fines and all that. So I know that I didn't really check in as I should. I was on a high-risk pregnancy, but I did not, and that's my fault. I take responsibility for that, so I plead guilty.
Okay, so let me back. Did you wish to have an attorney?
No, that's fine.
Okay. And how do you wish to plead the charge? Failed report is directed March 6th, June 11th, July 8th, and August 7th.
I'll plead guilty.
How do you wish to plead the charge? You failed to complete your shoppers alternative program and verify that.
Not guilty.
Okay. Well, if you're going to plead not guilty to one, might as well plead not guilty to both.
I'll plead guilty to both, just
Okay.
to get it out of the way.
Okay, well, you realize then there won't be a hearing of any kind?
Yes, that's fine.
And you give up all the rights to have a hearing?
Yes,
They plead guilty freely and voluntarily?
yes,
And we're supposed to report here on March 6th, June 11th, July 8th, and August 7th.
Yes, I reported a day after on all dates just because I was having a high-risk pregnancy. I was in the hospital, so whenever I got the letter, my grandma would have to bring the information to the hospital to me. And my grandma recently just passed away in September, so I didn't get the last letter to go to court.
These were phone reports, and she failed to report. I have no notes that she reported the day after. I even called her for her June appointment, got no response.
Okay.
Yes, I
And-
didn't have a phone and I was in the hospital. I notified her that I was on high-risk pregnancy from the beginning of the probation.
Okay. And how many of these were phone appointments?
All of them.
Appointments from April until.
Okay, so March 6th would have been in person, but the others were phone.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you complete the Shoppers Alternate program?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay for it?
It was a $75 fee, yes.
Did you pay for it?
Yes, I paid for it. I also paid the fines.
Okay, she paid the fines and
Her
costs.
fines are paid, plus just approved.
Okay, Miss, the court accepts the pleas, but you didn't verify it with the court, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I was not in contact with her when I completed it.
That's the problem here, the big problem. If you would have been in touch with her,
Been in contact, yes, sir. I know that due to a high-risk pregnancy and then my grandma's death, I went into like a really bad postpartum depression. I had already been diagnosed with depression, and it was just really hard for me. And I didn't keep up with a lot of things because I had to take care of all of my mom's children plus my children after that, after my grandma passed away.
okay. The court accepts the pleas as being voluntary, understanding, and accurate. Ms. Kapersky, anything else you want to say?
Yes, she is currently pending some felony charges in 61st, assault with a dangerous weapon, 2 counts of that, 1 count, actually 3 counts of that, count of reckless driving. She was advised in August, we spoke over the phone in August, and I advised her for a full date, and that if she completed the Shoplifting Alternative Program, I would discharge her case. She was allowed to do the online version, and once she enters our court code, I automatically get a completion notice, so I do not get that for her case yet.
Okay.
So I don't know if she completed it all the way, or if she still has 1 more step to complete, but there is no verification that she completed that.
Okay. Mr. Howard, do you have any comments?
Well, thank you, Your Honor. I did speak with Ms. Atkins. She did indicate to me, as she has to the court, that she did have postpartum depression. She had a child that was born 9 months ago, so that would be during the term of this probation. With the death of her grandmother and that serious depression, she just dropped the ball completely. And she recognizes that. She admitted that to me. However, on the flip side, she did do some of the things that the court wanted. She did complete some of the programs. She has paid her fines. She paid the cost of the program that she attended. So I think that's a positive on her side of the ledger. I would indicate, Your Honor, that currently she's houseless and caring for 3 minor children. They're 6 years old, 2 years old, and of course 9 months, as I indicated, plus these other individuals that she's taking care of because of her grandmother's death. I think this is a young woman who's struggling to try and keep everything together. She certainly has plenty on her plate, especially caring for her children. I'd ask the court to consider all that in determining whatever sentence the court deems appropriate for this violation. Thank you.
Ms. Atkins, is there anything else you wish to say?
Sorry for not keeping in contact with my probation officer. I tried my best to do what I could at the moment, but I fell a little short. Sorry.
Okay, well, there's no sense in continuing probation, so I'm going to revoke probation. You're sentenced to serve 2 days in jail. I'll give you credit for 2 days having been served, yesterday and today. but now you've got some bigger fish to fry. If you are placed on probation in the future, make sure that you keep in contact with the probation officer.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
What's that?
The $50 rental fee.
We'll waive that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, Ms. Atkins?
No, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Right, Ms. Reyes, if you want to have a seat there, Ms. Atkins, please have a seat over here in chair number 2.
Next matter before the court is the People's City of Kentwood versus Yamlet Reyes. Ms. Reyes, you were placed on probation with this court back on October 2nd, 2019. Probation officers filed a petition to revoke probation, charge of failure report is directed November 4th, December 4th of 2019, and January 2nd of 2020. And you failed to pay fines, costs, and fees amount of $868, $130 of which is restitution. Mr. Maxwell, what is the current balance of restitution?
The current balance of restitution is 130. The grand total is 918.
$918 today. Okay. You understand those charges, Ms. Reyes?
Yes, sir.
You, if you plead guilty to either one of those charges, the court can revoke probation, sentence you to spend up to 93 days in jail, and a fine of $500 plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to assistance of an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you wish to have an attorney?
No.
And you have a right to have a hearing in which hearing the probation officer must prove his case by preponderance of the evidence. He has to have a better case than you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
I wish to plead this first charge. The federal report is directed November 4th, December 4th, 2019, or January 2nd, 2020.
Guilty.
I wish to plead the second charge that you fail to pay fines, costs, and fees amount of $918.
Guilty.
And do you understand if you plead guilty, there not be a hearing of any kind? You give up all the rights to have a hearing?
Yes.
You plead guilty freely and voluntarily.
Yes, sir.
And have you reported the probation officer at all?
No.
Have you paid any of the fines and costs or restitution?
No.
Why not?
2019 and 2020 were bumpy for me.
They were what?
But there was 2019 and 2020 was really rough for me. More towards the end of 2020, I kind of started getting my life back on track, got a full-time job, stuff like that. Yeah, I'm working now. I can pay fines. But yeah, I was going through it at the time.
A lot of people have bumpy lives going on. That's one of the reasons we put them on probation. They bump something they did an embezzlement, and so we're trying to get them back on the road. But you can't do that if they don't show up. Mr. Maxwell, what's your recommendation?
Thank you. When she picked up this, she was on probation in Wyoming and Granville. Looks like she's now serving a sentence for the probation violation out of Granville. I don't know the length on that. When she picked up this one, that caused violations in the other two, so I'm recommending revoke probation. Her hide has already been revoked and served jail. Fines and costs in full, but restitution still due.
Mr. Howard.
Your Honor, I'm not sure, when I spoke to Ms. Reyes, she didn't indicate to me that she was serving a sentence out of Granville. Perhaps if she could enlighten me on that point, I could then discuss this issue. Ms. Reyes, are you doing a sentence out of Granville right now?
Yes, I believe it was $525 in fines or 20 days in jail.
All right, so it's an alternative sentence that you have. If you pay,
Yeah, so if I pay.
You don't have to serve the time. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
She also has a matter pending out of the 62A District Court.
Yes, and I dealt with that this morning, Your Honor. She was given a payment plan on that.
I
So
see.
Judge Cortez did not impose any additional, anything additional other than she had to make payments.
Mhm.
So, Your Honor, I did discuss this matter with Ms. Reyes. She freely admitted to me the probation violation and accepted responsibility. She told me that she was hanging with the wrong crowd at the time she got in trouble. She continued to, her life was not going very well. Finally, she came to her senses, righted herself. She's currently working at Mel Trotter's and has been working there since November of 2020. And she is working there full time. She stopped hanging around with the people that she used to hang around with. She's starting to build a better life. She was actually bought a car and was coming back from Kalamazoo when she was stopped for speeding. That's how she landed back in jail. I think what happened here, frankly, Your Honor, is she was on probation, couldn't deal with her life and couldn't deal with probation and let it slip, but then kind of righted herself. But I don't want to say forgot about this, but I think kind of buried this in the back of her mind and tried to keep going forward with her job. And that's where it's at. So when I spoke to her this morning, she says, yeah, I really screwed up. I know that. I can pay money now. I can pay my fines. I'm starting to get my life back together. And she just asked the court for the court to consider that going forward.
Ms. Reyes, is there anything else you wish to say before sentencing?
No, sir.
Well, we wanted you on probation so we could help you through those bumpy parts and be able to identify some of the problems, like you're hanging around with the wrong group of people. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Howard suggests to me that you've righted yourself and that you can complete probation now. Have any comments about that?
I can.
Okay.
I can pay fines as well.
All right. That was a technical violation for not reporting. So I'm going to give you 3 days in jail for that. I'm going to continue probation until March 18th of next year. You're to set up a payment plan for fines and costs. And you're to pay an additional $120 oversight fee. So you report to this court the first business day you're out of jail. So I don't know if you'll be out tomorrow unless you don't pay those tickets over in Granville.
Your Honor, it looks like she was booked tonight. I mean, today on the 18th.
Okay, so she'll be out. She'll be out Thursday, Friday, Saturday morning. So we'll see you Monday if you're out. Okay, what's your current address?
4226 Michael Avenue,
And your phone number?
616-4434-992.
443-4992. What's your email address?
YAMILETTREYESS3 @gmail.com.
Can you repeat that for me, please?
YAMILETTREYESS3 @gmail.com.
Okay, so 2 T's, your name with an extra T at the end and an extra S at the end.
Yes.
Okay, so 2 T's, 2 S's, 3. Okay. At
Yes.
Gmail. Okay. Okay. Report to the court the first business day you're out of jail.
Okay.
And you can thank Mr. Howard for his advocacy here. It made a difference. I had already written down probation revoked, serve jail. So, okay.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck to you, Ms. Reigns.
You just have a seat where you're at there, so I'll get you upstairs here in a minute. Mr. Cochran, we're all set for you, sir, by the microphone.
April City Kenwood versus Demarius Cochran. So Mr. Cochran is charged that back on March 5th of last year, you're a disorderly person here in the city of Kentwood, that you did engage in a fight or quarrel with another subject. You understand that charge?
Correct.
Okay, that is a misdemeanor, and it is punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $500 plus court costs. You understand that?
Yeah.
And if you, now, did you read over the advice or rights form?
Excuse me?
Did you read over the advice or rights form?
Your Honor, I don't know. I don't know whether it was made available to him, Your Honor, but I will say this for the record. I did read to Mr. Cochran all of his advice from the advice and rights form. And with his permission, he allowed me to sign that form. And I emailed that form to the court.
Okay. Did you watch a videotape also explaining your rights?
The videotape was not shown, Judge, as MIDC covers rights during their consultation, sir.
Oh, okay. And so Mr. Howard went over that with you. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm sure Mr. Howard went over it very, very well.
I pretty much got that form memorized, Your Honor.
It happens after you do it for a few months.
Yeah, that's right.
Every day. So do you understand your rights?
Yes, I do.
One of those rights is the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Do you understand that?
Yep.
And you wish to have an attorney?
No, sir.
How do you wish
As
to
in,
plead?
like,
How do you wish to plead to this charge?
not guilty.
And I'm sorry, did you say you wish to have an attorney?
Yeah.
Okay, and can you afford an attorney?
As far as my own, I don't know how much it would be, but I think so. I'm not quite sure, sir.
Okay, so you're gonna hire your own attorney?
I mean, I wouldn't mind a court appointment though.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I might enlighten the court on that particular issue, Mr. Cochran is houseless at the present time, and he's unemployed. I don't think he has the resources to retain an attorney.
Okay. What's your address? Where can we contact you?
As in my address or number?
Yeah, where can we send mail to you?
405 Plymouth Avenue.
I'm sorry, say it again.
405.
405 Plymouth Avenue, Your Honor, Southeast. That's a 49506 zip code. And for the court's benefit, I have provided that address and his telephone number on the advice of rights form.
Okay.
It's been sent to the court.
And what is your phone number?
616-337-1401.
327-1401.
Correct. 337.
Was it?
337.
337. Okay.
Yeah, correct, sir.
I don't have that advice rights in front of me right now, so that's
Okay, that's all right.
That's why I have to ask you. And what's your email address?
Don't currently have one.
No email?
No, not available, sir. Yeah.
Okay, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Final matter before the court is the question of bond. Mr. Howard, any comments regarding bond?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Well, the address that I've given to the court, that 405 Plymouth Avenue address is Mr. Cochran's mother's address, and he gets his mail there. His current situation is, as I indicated to the court, that he's houseless. That address is right straight across the street from Blodgett Hospital. So. Is it really? I didn't know that. Well, at any rate, he is without a home at the current time. He is not employed at the present time, and he's not married and doesn't have any children, but he's not on probation or parole anywhere. This is a disorderly type offense, Your Honor. He has lived in West Michigan for the last 22 years. I would ask the court to consider a personal recognizance bond for Mr. Cochran. I'm sure that he'll appear for whatever needs to happen on this disorderly charge.
I was gonna say he failed to appear for arraignment, but he actually wasn't given a ticket, so that's a warrant arrest. Okay.
You mind repeating that for me, sir?
You have anything you want to say?
Excuse me?
Is there anything you would like to say before I set the bond?
I'm just not quite sure where this warrant came from. I know it's from Kenwood, but I can't recall like exactly what incident it came from, considering it was a year ago. So, but I do want to apologize and would appreciate any type of.
Okay. I'm going to answer that question. This is all I know. On March 5th, 2020, Woodland Mall, that you engaged in a fight or quarrel with another subject. The fight occurred in a public place, was captured on video by the mall security system.
Okay. But I do agree with my attorney. I would appear at any hearing I have, and I apologize for any type of inconvenience or problems I caused. So.
I'm going to set the bond amount of $5,000 personal recognizance. You keep the court notified of your address. Show up on time for all hearings been notified of. Not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. Not to commit crime without a bond. Not to be in the premises of Woodland Mall. Not to consume or possess any alcohol or marijuana or drugs as prescribed by a physician. Not to misuse prescription drugs. Not be in the presence when using illegal drugs. Report is directed to the probation department. Submit your test directed by a probation officer and police officer. Okay. You have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll set this matter for a pretrial conference on Wednesday, April 14th. That's 3 weeks from Wednesday, 4 weeks from yesterday at 11:30 in the morning. To get a notice to appear. That'll be, those dates and times will be on your notice. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Have any questions?
You saying like I got a hearing or what day again? Like I have to sit here until the hearing or? Okay.
No,
I just have to.
On a personal recognizance bond, but you're gonna have to promise to, because you're gonna show up on time for all the hearings you've been notified of.
Oh yeah, of course.
Next hearing will be April 14th at 11:30 in the morning.
All right, sir.
Next matter before the court is the city of Kentwood. Jessica. Okay. You're here for a non-jury trial at 1:30. You're here for non-jury trial at 1:30. Okay, I am going to have, where can you go to meet with Ms. Dawson? He's here for a non-jury trial with Ms. Dawson. I was gonna put. No. Dawson, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Mr. Foster. What?
Okay, great, thank you.
An attorney. Ms. Dawson, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Foster. He's the only person here so far.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gamboa Ochoa, you are charged with embezzlement of $100,000 or more. Do you understand that charge?
Yes.
That is a felony. As is a felony, as punishable to 20 years in prison, a fine up to $50,000 or 3 times the amount stolen, whichever is greater. And you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to the assistance of an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you, do you wish to have an attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
You afford an attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I have some papers here from court services. I'm going to send those papers down to circuit court for them to make a decision as to whether or not to appoint an attorney and whom to appoint. You have a right to a preliminary examination, which time the prosecution must establish probable cause that a felony was committed and probable cause to believe that you were the one that committed the offense. I'm going to set this for a probable cause conference with the prosecuting attorney, March 29th. That's a week from Monday at 2:15 in the afternoon. And the preliminary examination will be the following Monday, April 5th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say orally or in writing can be used against you in court if you cannot afford an attorney during questioning. The court will appoint an attorney for you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The final matter before the court is the question of bond. Mr. Howard, is there anything you'd like to say before I set the bond?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. May it please the court. I did speak with Miss Gambio Ochoa. I had trouble with her name this morning, and she let me call her Jessica. But at any rate, let me say this, Your Honor. She's never been in any trouble before. And in discussing just briefly, and I'm not going to get into the facts because I know this is not the appropriate time for that. But let me say, as a lawyer, I have some questions, serious questions about the underlying offense as she related some of the facts to me. There was an automobile accident, a settlement, money was to be paid. She was told she didn't have to do certain things by her attorney who settled the case. I think there's some confusion here. So let me at least just say that I do think in her conversations with her attorney, there will be some significant discussions with the prosecutor about this. So having said that, this woman is married. She has, let's see, I think she has 6 children. The oldest is 18 and the youngest is 2. She's a stay-at-home mother. She cares for these children. She's, as I said, never been in any trouble before. She has a 2-year associate degree. She's lived in Grand Rapids since 2014. She's originally from Grand Ledge outside of Lansing.
Mm-hmm.
She is married. She has, as I said, no criminal record, so therefore she's not on probation or parole. She seems like an appropriate person for a personal recognizance bond, even though the charge itself is serious. It is a property type crime. And again, I want to emphasize that based on my discussions with her, I think there are some questions here concerning this charge.
And for the record, how do you pronounce your last name?
Gamboa Ochoa.
Okay. Ms. Gamboa Ochoa, is there anything else you'd like to say before I set the bond?
I mean, obviously I agree with Mr. Howard. I've lived in the same home for the last, since I moved to Grand Ledge. Like, we don't moved to Grand Rapids. We don't move around a lot. They came to my house and picked me up. It wasn't like I was out running the streets or anything like that. I'll show up to my court.
Return address?
1304 Gentian Drive, Southeast, Grand Rapids, Michigan, 49508.
And how long have you lived there?
since May of 2014.
Okay, and before that, you lived in Grand Ledge. How long did you live there?
I mean, I've born and raised in Eaton County, or I was born in Detroit, but raised from a toddler to in there. I lived at that address probably 5 or 6 years.
Okay, and what's your phone number?
Area code 616-888-1974. Your Honor, I also volunteer at my kid's school, okay.
One more thing. What's your email address?
It's my maiden name, so it's Waters, Watters, and then Jessica at iCloud.com.
And that's W-A-T.
It's Waters with 2 T's, so Watters.
That's why I wanted to double check, 2 T's.
Yep.
Waters Jessica at gmail.com?
iCloud?
Oh, at iCloud, okay.
Yes.
So Waters Jessica at iCloud.com, okay. Okay, go ahead, you volunteer?
I mean, I work with, well, now obviously things are changed because of COVID, but I have kids, you know, at home in virtual school that I homeschool. Like we have a very normal home life, stable, and I even volunteer at my other kids go to a specialist charter school and I volunteer there. Like I'm a stable person. I'll show up for court if you'll be lenient and give me a PR bond.
Okay, Court Services recommends a PR bond with supervised release, so I'm going to set the bond in the amount of $100,000 personal recognizance. You're to keep the court notified of your address, show up on time for all hearings you've been notified of, not leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission, not commit a crime without a bond, not to consume, possess any alcohol or marijuana or drugs as prescribed by a physician, not to misuse prescription drugs, not to be the present when using illegal drugs. As soon as possible, report to Court Services downtown, report is direct, submit your test direct by Court Service or police officer. And so you'll be back March 29th at 2:15 in the afternoon and April 5th at 3 o'clock. Those dates and times will be on the bond. Do you have any questions?
Did you say I have to report to Court Services on Monday or tomorrow? Is that just downtown or they'll?
Report to them as soon as possible after your release.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Next matter before the court is People City Council versus Ryder Jr.
Yes.
Do I get Phil?
So Ryder, you're charged with malicious destruction of property under $200. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, I do.
That is a misdemeanor. It's punishable for 93 days in jail and a fine of $500 or 3 times the amount stolen, damaged, whichever is greater, plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Have difficulty in another country, for example, Canada, if you're not a citizen of the United States, conviction may result in removal, deportation from the United States, exclusion from the United States, or non-naturalization. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. Have you read over the advice to rights, or did you go over the advice to rights forum with Mr. Howard?
I went, yes, James, yes.
Okay, and you understand those rights?
I do, Your Honor. I don't know, I don't remember the day or the time I did this crime.
The alleged to have occurred March 30th of last year. Slashing the tires of a Mercedes-Benz and a Hummer H3 at 5740 South Division, AAA Auto Sales.
You said March 23?
March 30th of last year, about a year ago. You have the right to assist an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you wish to have an attorney?
No, I'm already in jail. I just want to get this done and over with.
Your Honor, if I could just interrupt for one moment. At the time that Mr. Reuter and I met, he was serving a sentence that was imposed in the 63rd District Court. He didn't know how long that sentence was because it had happened so quickly for him. So after I met with him, I asked the deputy to advise me as to what kind of sentence he was serving so that he could take that into account in his decision to whether to plead guilty or not here today. And so I just want to be able to communicate to him what I learned. Mr. Reuter, you're serving a sentence out of 63rd District Court, and you will not be released on that sentence until December 24th of this year. Okay?
Okay.
So I don't know, when we talked, you felt you needed that information to help make your decision for what you wanted to do here today. And I just wanted
Right.
you to have that, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, thank you for that brief.
So, comes back to the question, you have a right to an attorney if you cannot afford an attorney, want to be appointed for you. Do you wish to have an attorney?
A court-appointed lawyer, yeah.
Okay. And how do you wish to plead to this charge?
Guilty.
Now, a moment ago, you said you want a court-appointed attorney. If you wish to have a court-appointed attorney, your attorney will recommend that you plead not guilty.
I just want to get it done and over with, Your Honor. I'm out.
You have to make two decisions today. The first decision, whether you wish to have an attorney. If you're going to have an attorney, your attorney will recommend that you plead not guilty. Second decision, whether you wish to plead guilty. So first decision, you wish to have an attorney.
No, Your Honor.
How do you wish to plead? The second decision, how do you wish to plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
And you understand if you plead guilty, there will not be a trial of any kind?
Yes, sir.
If you give up all the rights you'd have at a trial?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone made any promises or threats to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Is it your choice to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
On March 30th, were you at AAA Auto Sales here in the city of Kentwood on South Division?
Yes.
And did you slash the tires of a couple cars, Mercedes-Benz and the Hummer H3?
Yes.
And the police officer arrested you and you noticed that you had a cut on your finger and a knife in your pocket, but at that time you said you denied being involved, but you were involved in slashing those tires?
Yes, sir.
So why'd you do that?
Because he's a long story to it. He screwed me over on a truck, and on top of that, he charged me way too much on a truck, and on top of that, he had a couple of his buddies chase me down before, and I was just being stupid and dumb, and I just got, I didn't want to take it out on nobody, and I just took it out on, got drunk one night on some hard liquor, and I just took it back on his vehicle.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Howard, anything else that you wish to say? If the court accepts the plea as being voluntary, understand and accurate, is there anything you'd like to say before sentencing?
Well, Your Honor, this gentleman was living in a motel at the time that he was brought to a 63rd District Court. However, he had been working for a year and a half, just about, at Wendy's on 68th Street, working 50 hours, 55 hours plus every week. He did not graduate from school, and he has a great deal of difficulty reading and writing. So he was doing okay, you know, in terms of trying to be a productive member of society, given his limitations. So he was doing pretty good, but now he clearly has done some things that he shouldn't have done. He admits that to me, or admitted it to me. He wants to get it behind him so he can get on with his life. He's probably going to lose his job because he's serving a sentence with out of 63rd that will keep him in jail until December, and so that's the end of that. So he'll be back to being homeless. Your Honor, I would simply ask the court to impose a sentence that he can serve concurrent with the sentence that he's currently doing, so that at least when he's done with this sentence, he can try and rebuild his life, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm concerned also about the restitution.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
I think you could impose a sentence and reserve the right to impose further restitution if you wish to do so, if they presented some proof as to what it is.
Okay, Mr. Ryder, is there anything further that you wish to say?
Yeah, I know you can't overrule another judge, but it just, I wish I can get a short and all this together and short is outdate, and I can try to get my job back. And if I had to pay for a brand new tire or a used tire, I have no problem. I just need to get out to try to save my job and get my feet back to normal, like I almost had it there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're right. I don't have any control over the sentence that you received in 63rd District Court. You don't have any control over you either.
Understandable.
Okay. So I'm going to place you on probation with this court for a period of 15 months because we do have to take care of restitution. Failure to comply with this order may result in revocation of probation, incarceration. The terms of probation are as follows. Number one, you're not to violate the laws of any city, state, or federal government. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And number two, to report monthly or more often to the probation officer and give a complete and truthful report to the probation officer. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Number three, you're not to leave the state without the court's permission. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You keep the court notified of your address. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. If I get out and get back at my job, I probably can get back at the hotel, motel, sit on Plainfield.
Yep. You're complete. Well, I don't have any control over what Judge Smolensky or Judge O'Hara did today. So,
Right. Understandable.
Your complete counseling is directed by the probation officer. The counselor by proof of attendance to the probation officer. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have no contact with anyone at AAA Auto Sales in person, by telephone and text, by text and writing, by email, by social media, by a third person on the probation officer. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or marijuana or drugs as prescribed by a physician, not to misuse prescription drugs, not to be the present when using illegal drugs.
Yes, sir. I don't do drugs anyways.
As I recall, you said you got a little drunk and did this, right?
Yeah. I quit drinking after I got back on probation at 63rd District Court, and then I got in trouble, a probation violation. And now I haven't drank any alcohol because my father told me alcohol is going to kill you.
Well, so we're going to try to extend your life a little bit longer by saying no alcohol.
Okay.
Switch alcohol and drug testing is directed by the probation officer. That'll also be something that may be addressed in probation, is to keep you off the alcohol, because there's some people, alcohol is a bad news, you know?
True. I agree.
There wouldn't, just if you talk to people out of the jail, most of them are there because of they either did something stupid while they were under the influence of alcohol, or they were in illegal possession of alcohol or drugs, or they were stealing in order to get contraband. So you're also to enroll and attend schools directed by the probation officer and verify that with the probation officer. So if you get out and you don't get that job back at Wendy's, and I hope you do, but it'll also give you some more tools, open up some more doors to you. You seek and maintain employment is directed by the probation officer and verify that with the probation officer. Pay restitution is directed by the court. Report to this court the first business day after release from jail to make arrangements for payment. And make restitution to AAA Auto Sales. That'll be determined. We'll have to have AAA Auto Sales. You're entitled to have a hearing. If they say that you owe them $1,000 and you think it's only $100, there'd be a hearing unless you agree to their number. Fines and costs amount of $375. Do you have any questions?
Can I do a payment plan when I get out?
Yes, and that's why you are to report to the probation department as soon as you get out. You see down here, paragraph number 12, you report to this court the first business day after release from jail to make arrangements for payment and probation.
At 1:30, it looked like?
What's that?
It looked like at 1:30 I had to meet the probation officer, right?
Between 8:30 and 11:30 in the morning, or 1:30 and 4:30 in the afternoon. I'm gonna give you a copy.
Oh.
We're gonna give you a copy.
Okay, I see it now.
Your Honor, may I just make one comment to my client? Mr. Reuters, I know that you have difficulty reading and maybe don't read at all. When you get these papers and you get released from jail, I want you to have someone who can read go over all of these terms with you so you're sure you know what to do. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you get out of jail, the first thing you need to do is have somebody go over those terms, and then you have to go out to the Kentwood District Court. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All
And the
right.
probation officer will go over those terms with you also.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Ryder, I understand being frustrated with the used car salesman. But there are ways to take things out, ways to handle things, okay? So,
That is true.
okay. And if you'd been sober, maybe you would have thought about that there's better ways to handle things, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I took him back to court.
Yep, that's what we're here for. Okay, Mr. Ryder, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Howard, do you have any matters here?
No, I think that's it, Your Honor. I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you again today. I hope you do notice the color of my shirt.
I see that.
So that's my continuing celebration of the High Holy Day of the Irish.
Uh-huh.
And
Well,
having said that, I'm going to move to withdraw, Your Honor.
okay, that motion is granted. And yesterday I had a jacket on that I won a golf tournament down in Augusta, Georgia a few years ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. You are a good golfer.
That's kind of a sport coat. I was talking to Freeman yesterday, and he says, let's get together for lunch, the three of us.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, someday that you're not working, he's not working, I'm not working, so we can talk about retirement.
Yeah, I think that'd be great for us
Okay.
old guys to get together.
Judge Kelly?
Yeah.
If you decide to go back to Augusta, I'll caddy for you, sir.
Okay, that sounds like an idea.
Well, it's good. It's good to see you, Judge. You have yourself a good day, sir. We'll talk to you again.
Okay, I'll be here next week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. So I'll see you on Thursday, Jim?
Thursday, what do we got going Thursday?
Well, I don't know, but I'll be here next Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week.
Oh, yeah. Then you will see me next Thursday. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Judge.
Take care. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Ms. Dawson, did you have a chance to speak? Okay, good. Yeah, good. Did you have a chance to speak with Mr. Foster?
I did. I spoke to Mr. Foster. He informed me that he paid all of his tickets and
Terrific.
he does have his paper. I think he has his paper license. He's got to go to the Secretary of State. He's got an appointment to get his actual license back. So that satisfied me and I was willing to reduce his DWLS to impeding traffic.
Okay.
And just a note on your green blazer from yesterday, I thought that was because Michigan State made it to the March Madness again for the 23rd year in a row. That's what I thought it was for.
That also.
Okay, good.
Let's see if they're still in it tomorrow.
Oh, I hope so.
I hope so. I've got him in my pool to advance to the BYU, UCLA and BYU. So
I am a diehard, and in my bracket, every year they win. Weird.
yeah, I don't think they're going to go out. If you put them all the way this year, no, that's not a good idea.
You never know. You never know.
Okay, and he has shown me the paper
Yep.
that terminated that suspension on St. Patrick's Day of this year, just yesterday. So That's the High Holy Day that Mr. Howard was referring to, the Irish.
Okay, so.
Okay, and so then you still got to go over to the Secretary of State, pay them $125.
Yes, sir.
And then renew your license. That'll be another, what, $35 or something like that. And then they'll give you a temporary instruction permit, and then, but you won't have to wait 30 days to do your full test. All right, now impeding traffic is a civil infraction. And it is punishable by a fine of up to $100 plus court costs. The good news is Secretary of State's not even going to hear about this, so there won't be any points, there won't be any suspension of license. Okay, so you can thank Ms. Dawson for that.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson.
Okay, and it's, as I mentioned, it's punished by a fine up to $100 plus court costs. You do have a right to have a hearing, either a formal hearing or informal hearing. How do you wish to plead to this charge of impeding traffic? Okay, you realize there won't be a hearing of any kind, give up all the rights to have a hearing? Don't need to go through that. Okay, good enough. Pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay. I saw you back here in November.
Yes.
And I indicated to you at that time that if you clear up your license, you'd probably get this break.
Yes, you did.
Okay, and I'm glad you took that advice.
Yes.
Okay. So on November 14th, we were driving a car here in the city of Kentwood.
Yes.
At that time, your license was suspended.
Yes.
You've taken care of the ticket. You're about to go down to Secretary of State as soon as possible and take care of things with them.
Yes, sir. I have a clearance letter here.
Yeah.
Clear to get everything taken care of. Just 1.5 and we're good.
Well, then you have to pay the renewal license. It's going to be a wee bit more than what's, but yeah. So then you'll be legal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else you want to say before I set the fines and costs?
No, sir.
I'm going to set the fines and costs amount of $240. And you can talk to the clerk out of the front counter about that. You take care. I'm glad you got your license.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Bye-bye. Oh, you know what? Okay, there was only the one ticket. I saw that. You're good. You're good. I saw the prongs here. I thought there was a registered action here for a basic speed ticket or something. Because that was always my clue.
I know. Can you put Janelle into the cashier breakout? So she's there if you need.
Oh, okay.
As co-host, I can't do that.
Yeah. Janelle, and do which cashier, what?
Put her in cashier Jackie.
Cashier
She'll be the
Jackie?
main cashier, and then Letitia should be in cashier. I know.
Okay.
We have two cashiers.
Yeah. Oh. Now we got Jackie and
But Jackie's leaving. so
Jackie's
she'll-
leaving. I see. Okay. And I can't rename them as long as they're open, but if I close them, then I can rename them. Yeah, why don't I just close all the rooms? And now I can. Oh, they're closed in 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Okay. Cashier Janelle. And
So it looks like we're actually going to have some non-jury trials today, Your Honor.
oh,
Yeah.
well, no one's shown up yet.
Well, I'm anticipating that one will not. But I have two that I'm expecting them to. Did you want me to join the prosecutor's office?
No.
Okay.
No, I'd put you in the prosecutor's office so that you could talk with Mr. Foster.
Okay. Yeah, the little box just popped up on my screen.
Right, right.
But yeah, I've had some individuals that have said, well, can't you just dismiss my case? And I'm like, well, no, it's not really how it works. So here we are.
Okay. Well, what about Antonio Jones?
I have not heard from him.
Okay, well. Except I don't have Mr. Jones's file here. I've got a file here from Marion Jones.
Oh, these are old cases.
Oh, those, yeah,
Those
that's
are
right. That's right. That's right. There's him. Antonio Jones or something like that. So, okay. Did he show up for the pretrial conference on February 17th?
Let me look in my files here.
Plea agreement as charged. Oh, he failed to appear then. So, okay.
Yeah, that I'm not anticipating that he will show up today.
Well, your anticipation was correct.
Yes. Do you need a pretrial statement on that?
No. Defendant failed to appear for non-jury trial. $3,000, 10%. Bench warrant may issue.
Thank you.
So I guess we're going to have something coming up at 3 o'clock. I got, I'm supposed to be here next Wednesday for jury trials.
Yeah.
Oh, John Moulter is just appearing here.
Oh, okay. I thought Mr. Moulter was represented by Kurt, though.
No, I don't have that.
Okay. I've spoken to Mr. Moulter a couple times, so
Okay.
Yeah.
He's coming in. Good afternoon, Mr. Moulter. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Moulter. Can you hear me, Mr. Moulter? He's connecting to audio yet. But I would like, if possible, I'd like to set up a conference call this afternoon with you and Kurt so we can talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's still up in the air whether or not the positivity rate is above 5% at this point, but I got my fingers crossed that by Monday, the positivity rate will be below 5% for a 7-day
Average.
So we'll see what happens.
Okay. Yeah. Kurt texted me this morning and asked me if I knew what we were doing yet. And I said I was not sure. My understanding was that the court would make a final decision tomorrow.
Yeah, I talked to Michelle today and said, well, we might have to call it on Monday. So, and that's what I wanted to talk with you about, how many witnesses you have that you have to call off and who they are, what the possibility of a settlement is and that kind of thing. So,
sure.
So that's why I want to talk with him. Mr. Moulter is now connected to the audio. That's good. I'm going to ask him to unmute. Mr. Moulter, how are you this afternoon?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. I'm Judge Kelly. And Moulter, you've been charged with driving on a suspended license. And we're scheduled for a trial at 3 o'clock. It's a little early, but that's good. Have you cleared up your license yet?
I just got paid this morning from back, so I can call Stanton and pay that like immediately.
Okay, well, what about front of the court?
On the front of the court, it's just a parenting time thing. I'm not sure how that. I don't owe anything or have any order. It was a parenting time from 2017 or something.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure how it, yeah, she lived with me, so I'm not sure how that ever happened.
Well,
Well, Mr. Malter, if the Secretary of State suspended your license, it's likely because you're delinquent on your child support payments. So what court do you have a child support order out of?
I don't have any child support order.
it's Kent County in front of the court suspended him. When you were here in September, didn't I give you a paper saying it's Kent County in front of the court to suspend your license? You got to do 6 things. Contact the front of the court, sign an order, send the order back to the front of the court, then go down to the circuit court, pay a $45 fee, and then go to the front of the court, pay a fee there, and then take that order to the Secretary of State. Didn't we talk about that last September?
Yeah, I didn't know about the circuit court thing, the $45 thing. I'm not sure, but I just I thought I just had to pay the, the tickets in Stanton, which I can today, and then.
But when I saw you in September, you didn't have the ticket up in Stanton. Your license was suspended in October because of that.
Yeah, and the last meeting I had with it was another judge.
Judge Struckenberg. Okay.
Yeah, she said just clear it up, and the Killebrew agreement pending for this case.
Well, she wrote down front of the court cleared, but you said tickets paid, front of the court cleared, plead to get to allowing. But I'm looking at your report from March 10th, and it says front of the court still suspended. So the front of the court is not cleared.
Okay. I'm actually, I'm down in GR, so I can actually probably, get a ride over there to handle it, Kent County, because I'm from Montcalm County.
Okay. Another way to contact them?
I've called there a couple times, but I'm not sure. Yeah, who to. I've left messages, but I'm not sure who to, really deal with because I've never had child support.
They suspended your license since 2017, 4 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure why or.
Sorry, I'm going to interject. You haven't had a license since 2017, and you're sitting here telling us today that you're not sure why. You got your ticket in September, okay? I have in my notes that I told you needed to have your front of the court stuff taken care of and your tickets cleared. You have been spoken to multiple times since then. So at this point, I am really not willing to give you any kind of offer. And frankly, as far as I'm concerned, you can plead guilty to all 3 of the charges that you're facing right now and continue to have your license suspended for the next 6 months because you're not making any effort to get this stuff resolved. So that's my offer.
Okay. All 3 tickets, improper plates, no insurance. Well, the improper plates was a warning.
Okay. Well, then.
Driving license suspended and no insurance. Okay. So, did you wish to have a trial this afternoon, Mr. Mulder?
No trial.
Okay. You understand the charge driving on a suspended license?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That is a misdemeanor.
This is it for you. You are no farther than this. Well, I don't know about that. Each mustache has its own story.
What happened? Oh, there it is, right there.
Don't worry about it. Just grab a shirt out of my closet. We adults can change clothes.
Why is this not? Why am I just getting the bell sound?
You're turning him into you. And to be fair, I love you, and I mean this in the best possible way, but any 19-year-old your life success. Shut up, get overreacted. I'm not trying to turn Kenny into me. Hey, thanks for the shirt, Cleveland. You showed me the way. All those years wasting on some stupid dream of being a rap star. I just want to thank you for taking the music out of my life, both literally and metaphorically.
And I want you to watch the monitor and listen very carefully.
This life is not your destiny. Good, honest work is for the downtrodden and the foolish. Oh, come on, man. Our music wasn't going anywhere. That's because you didn't have anyone to believe in you. Or should I say, believe in you. Registered trademark. Feel like writing a hit song? I appreciate it, Cleveland, but I don't know if I can do it. I've been at the game for 6 days. 30 mixtapes since then. You can do it, Kenny, because I'm gonna help you. We're not gonna sleep until you. Welcome to the 62B District Court. This is Judge Pepper. Please pay attention to the monitor in front of you or read the advice of rights form which you have been given. You will be asked to answer certain questions. You have been brought to court on a criminal offense. Before the court asks you how you wish to plead, the court will advise you of the charge you're facing, the penalties you're facing, and your rights. Okay. The charge driving on a suspended license.
What's that, Your Honor?
Do you understand the charge driving on a suspended license?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is a misdemeanor. That's a misdemeanor, punishable up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500 plus court costs. You understand that?
I understand, Your Honor.
Also 2 points in your driving record. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If they give this offense, you'll have to, your license will be suspended for 30 days and have to pay a reinstatement fee of $125, Secretary of State. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Driving with no insurance, minimum fine is $200, max fine is $500 plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you have right to have a hearing or either formal hearing and informal hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
At this time, the court will advise you of your rights. You have been brought to court on a misdemeanor charge. You have the right to plead guilty, plead not guilty, stand mute. If you stand mute, plead not guilty will be entered. Or you may plead no contest with permission of the court. This is similar to a guilty plea and is reserved for special circumstances. You have the right to have a trial by judge. Or you have the right to have a trial by a jury of 6 people from the city of Kentwood. You have the right to the assistance of an attorney. You have the right to an attorney appointed at public expense. If you are indigent, that is without money to hire an attorney, and if the offense charge requires a minimum jail sentence, or the court determines that it might sentence you to jail, you may have to repay the expenses of a court-appointed attorney. Do you wish to have an attorney?
Mr. Mulder?
No.
Yeah.
If you plead guilty or no contest, and your plea is accepted, you will not have a trial of any kind, and you'll give up the rights to subpoena witnesses, to cross-examine witnesses, to testify, to remain silent, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to be released on bond. If you are now on probation or parole, and you enter a plea of guilty or no contest or find that guilt is made by a judge or jury, it may result in a violation of your probation or parole. Are you on probation or parole? Fines?
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, there's some other questions coming up, sir. Pay attention.
Fines, costs, and other financial obligations imposed by the court must be paid at the time of the sentencing. In appeal to circuit court may be taken within 21 days from the date of sentencing.
Okay, so you understand the charge against you?
I do, Your Honor.
You understand charges? Do you understand the penalties?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you wish to plead then to this charge of driving on a suspended license?
Guilty, Your Honor.
I wish to plead the charge of driving with no insurance.
Guilty, Your Honor.
And you understand if you plead guilty, there not be a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you give up all the rights you'd have at a trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone made any promises or threats to get you to plead guilty besides the plea offer?
No, Your Honor.
Your choice to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And were you driving a car here in the city of Kentwood on September 5th of last year?
Yes, Your Honor.
At that time, was your driver's license suspended?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's still suspended?
Yes, currently, yes.
And did you have insurance in your car at the time?
No, Your Honor.
So what would have happened if you'd been involved in a car crash?
I would have been personally liable for it.
Yeah, and how would you have paid for it?
That's why I should have had insurance. I should have been driving it, even though I just had problems with the title transfer with Secretary of State and all that. I should have been driving at all. It was a bad choice.
And what's your current address?
719 Industrial Park Drive, apartment 2.
Okay, well, who lives at 301 West Orange Street?
Not me.
Well, who lives there now?
I'm not sure. I used to live there.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure is getting all your mail from the Secretary of State.
301 Orange Street. Oh.
Yeah, because that's the address in your driver's license. Look at your driver's license. What's that? Your driver's license?
Oh, I don't have it. I have a Tennessee ID.
Yeah, Secretary of State has you listed there at 301 West Orange Street.
Okay, I'll get down there and change it.
Okay. Is there anything else, Mr. Mulder, that you wish to say before sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, we've been talking since last September about you clearing up your license, and we haven't been able to do that so far. So I'm gonna have to put you on probation to make sure that you clear up your license. So that you don't continue committing crimes, driving a suspended license. So I'm gonna place you on probation for 8 months. Failure to comply with this order may result in a revocation, probation, incarceration. The terms of probation are as follows. Number 1, not to violate the laws of any city, state, or federal government. You understand that?
Yes.
Number 2, you're not to operate a motor vehicle until you have a valid license. You understand that?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Number 3, report monthly more often to the probation officer and give a complete and truthful report to the probation officer. Get a ride here, take the bus here. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. For the time being, we're reporting by mail or by phone, but when we do get back in person, hopefully you'll have your license by then. You're not to leave the state of Michigan without the court's permission. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Keep the court notified of your address. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're clear at least one suspension per month and verify that with the probation officer. You have an unpaid ticket in Stanton, and the friend of the court has suspended your license. I don't know if it's about money, but you're gonna have to clear that up with him.
Yeah, I have the money today.
You have to, yeah, get on it today. You're saying a
Yeah,
valid driver's,
got it.
should have gotten on it yesterday, or like in September. You obtain a valid driver's license by June 18th. Change the address for the Secretary of State by next Thursday, March 25th. June 18th is 3 months from today, so that gives you plenty of time to take care of these matters. Your complete counseling is directed by the probation officer and pay fees for counseling and provide proof of attendance to the probation officer. You understand that?
Yeah, counseling.
Yeah, figure out why you haven't been taking care of business. I don't know if it's
A money issue.
okay. Well, then
But
might be credit counseling. I don't know. You're seeking to maintain employment is directed by the probation officer and verify that with the probation officer. You understand that?
yes,
You take care of all outstanding tickets. Do you understand that?
yes, Your Honor.
Not to possess and consume any marijuana, other drugs as prescribed by a physician, not to be in the presence of anyone using illegal drugs. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Get alcohol and drug testing as probation officer, as directed by the probation officer. Spend 30 days in jail, but that jail time will be suspended if you obtain a driver's license directed to comply with all the terms of probation. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you pay $605 in fines. We don't have to do that. Probation will be $90. To pay $515 in fines and costs and fees. Yes, I'm going to waive the fines and costs and the no insurance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That by itself would have been $300.
Thank you, Your Honor.
More than $300. Okay, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with the cashier so that you can set up a payment plan with her. You have any questions, Mr. Mulder?
Who do I talk to about the being on probation thing?
Probation department will be in contact with you at 264-0404.
264-0404. Yeah, yes, Your Honor. It's my phone. 616. Yeah.
And so they'll be in touch with you at that number. Hey, you can get off probation real quickly by taking care of business.
Okay, if I take care of it, I can get off probation.
Well, then get your driver's license, and then you can talk to the probation officer, say, hey, look, I got my driver's license and I paid my fines and costs and I have insurance, and do I need to be on probation any longer? The probation officer is going to say, hey, I got plenty of people to be on probation. I don't need you on here anymore, Mr. Mulder. But if you don't take care of business, you'll be on here for at least 8 months.
Correct, Your Honor.
So it's up to you how long you want to be on probation. Okay, so I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Janelle. You should have an invitation to join a breakout room. If you go down to the bottom of your screen. There you go. Okay, Ms. Dawson.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we got to have a few minutes to try to get in touch with Kurt.
Yeah, I sent him a text message. He didn't respond, but do you want me, or do you want to call him and put him on speaker? Would that be the easiest? I have his cell phone number. I can
Yeah,
send it to you via chat, so it's
Yeah,
not
why
on
don't you
YouTube.
send me a chat? Correct. Here's my, please remain yourself so the court can rename. Okay. Oh, I see Hackett sent me some text messages, so saying he was in a plea. I didn't. Okay. Telephone. Nine. Seven.
Oh.
9, 7, 2. What's his client's name?
His client's name is Anthony Mays.
You have reached Kurt overall, sir. Please leave a message. Thank you.
Hey, Kurt, this is Judge Kelly calling. I've got Danielle Dawson here also. So I wanted to talk with you about Anthony Mays that's scheduled for a jury trial next week. So can you please give me a call at 617-7797. That's area code 616-617-7797. And right now our positivity rate is too high, but I'm hoping that by Monday that positivity rate will be low enough that we can proceed. But I'd like to talk with you about how many witnesses you have and see if we can come to resolution in this matter one way or another. So I'd appreciate if you can call me, and then I'll try to set up a conference call with Ms. Dawson and we can all chat. I'm been assigned to be here next Wednesday for that jury trial. So, and since if I'm going to preside over the trial, you will not have to prepare jury instructions. And we can talk in this conference call about who you intend to call, blah, blah, blah. So you don't have to fill out anything in writing on that. So try to save everybody a little bit of work. So give me a call when you get a chance, 616-617-7797. Thank you.
And just for the record, Your Honor, I'm only calling 2 witnesses. I'm calling the 2 officers.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. So you can call them off Wednesday or Monday.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a problem for you.
Right.
Now I understand Judge Turkenberg is going to have you prepare the jury instructions.
Yeah. And I have prepared a couple, but then all of our trials get postponed. So.
What I did, I was using Word Perfect, but you can do this in Word also, is I had a template, so I didn't have to go to ICL and add each one, you know, I just already had them set up. And then just change, I had someplace where it's his or her, or, and went through that and searched for his or her, and I put those in brackets. So I just searched for brackets, and you know, sometimes it said there was instructions you could give. Likewise, if the judge says such and such, or you know, likewise if there's additional charges, I just have all that in brackets. So I'd search for brackets and take out the brackets, and then take out whatever verbiage needed to be taken out.
Okay.
And so everything was all set there except for the elements. And then I would go to ICL and get those elements and plug the, you know, 17.2 or, you know, whatever element is. And then also put in any special instructions that you wanted.
Okay.
Under elements. So, and you've got plenty of samples of what I did before.
Yeah.
There was one instruction I put in, I'd read an article in Judge's Journal written by a psychologist about, and he says, I was on jury duty and this is an instruction that maybe the judges ought to give about how to do active listening.
Oh, interesting.
So,
Okay.
So that is not in ICL. It's just something that I got off the judge's journal, and it took me about 3 minutes extra to say 3-4 minutes, but I thought it was kind of an interesting article about how to do some positive group discussion. So
Right.
anyway, that's how I did it. It took me 20 minutes to prepare jury instructions.
Which is nice. I will say I prepared jury instructions for the Taylor matter. And it took longer because I had a lot more that I was including. But I have tried to create my own like templates, especially for the cases that tend to go to trial, which happen to be, your hindering and opposings, your assaults, false information.
And once you download the retail fraud, the domestic assault, the hindering and opposing, so you can just keep those instructions over here.
Right.
Plug them in to the template.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
And-
that's the best way to do it.
Yeah. I think I have your cell phone number.
I can send it to you in a chat. You should.
I think I do. And ends in 5137.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you want me to hang around or just log back in at 3?
It's up to you. But Mr. Mr. Mulder, well, I've got paid. I can take care of that ticket today. We've been talking. Oh, when did we been talking about this? Well, actually, when I saw him first time, he had his front of the court. All he had to do is put up the front of the court, and then he picked up the one in Stanton. So
Yeah. I had very distinct notes that he was supposed to take care of the front of the court. What got me was the fact that he's like, well, I could take care of it today. No, you've had a month. You've had a month.
he said several months.
And I don't know if you were watching him or not, but I'm fairly certain if we could have run some kind of PBT, he may not have passed.
We can't do that in Zoom.
Nope, no, you can't. But that was also very frustrating because I'm pretty sure he was about ready to pass out.
Well, I didn't know if that was just his common effect, or I just assumed that that's because I never met him, but yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah, no, I was watching and it looked like he needed to go to bed.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, I'm gonna turn off the video and put myself on mute. So I'll be back in about 20 minutes or so.
Okay, so that sounds like a plan. And if anybody comes in, I will yell.
Yeah, actually I do have a question though. How do you want to run, like, what are you thinking for this afternoon? Because Bosher is a formal hearing with Officer Genrich.
Oh, okay.
So that's on some ordinance enforcement violations. I guess typically when you've done them before, we don't always formally take testimony. So I wasn't sure how you plan on running that one today.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to take testimony, but
I guess if he shows up, but if he doesn't show up.
in fact, he's not scheduled till 3:10.
Right.
And then we got a formal hearing at 3:30, and then a formal at 3:50 and a formal at 4.
Right. So Cheyenne Bethany will definitely run. She's represented by Mr. Mahoney.
Okay.
And I think there's like 4 witnesses in that case.
Okay.
So, and then Aaron Cason, that one should be fairly quick. But, all right, well, I will be back.
damn it, I don't want to sign in as 62 Beach Street Court Judge. I want to sign in as William J. Kelly. Gmail service official.
I don't think he, Mr. Walter was, happy today.
Well,
Have any of the officers appeared yet, Your Honor? You're on mute. I can read lips. Your Honor. You're on mute still. Kurt just called me.
Oh,
He
yeah.
should be calling you
Okay,
so that we can talk about the maze matter.
okay. And Officer Genrich is in the waiting room.
Okay, perfect.
Hey, Kurt.
Hey, Judge Kelly, how's it going? How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
Great. Sorry I missed your phone call. I do apologize.
Oh, no
Caught
problem.
up,
No problem. No problem.
But yeah, so I understand you were hoping to discuss the Mays trial for next week.
Right.
Here. So the only witness, Judge, that I would be calling, well, the only two witnesses that I would potentially be calling here would be the defendant's girlfriend here, Joanna Holmes, and then Mr. Mays himself potentially would be called as a witness. Those are the only two witnesses that I would plan on calling, and then possibly the police officers if that were needed. But other than that, I wouldn't be planning on calling any other witnesses here for this trial.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I understand we're just kind of waiting and seeing on Monday what the numbers look like, and that will sort of determine whether or not we're able to proceed. Is that kind of what we're planning on, I suppose? Or
Yes. In fact, I'm just checking here. Oh, these are numbers from March 17th.
okay.
And so the 14-day average is positivity rate total. Positivity. Or the positivity rate now is, oh, wow, something like 7%. It's,
okay.
I was hoping that those numbers were going to bend downwards.
Right. Yeah.
As of it was 6.9% on Wednesday, yesterday.
Oh, geez, yeah. So it's not really going in the right direction we were
No.
looking for here, right?
Right, and yesterday it was at like 5.8% or something like that. So, and then today it jumped up to 6.9%. So that's going the wrong way.
Right. That's unfortunate.
What's
hoping.
what? I don't have the file in front of me right now, but what's he charged with?
Mr. Mays has been charged with, hold on. Kurt, do you know off the top of your head? I thought it was hindering and opposing and disorderly conduct.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, I wasn't able to hear that clearly, but I think.
Yeah, she said disorderly conduct and opposing. Let me get the file. I'll be right back and I can talk about more intelligence. Officer Genrich will be with you in just a minute here. Oh, I know where I put it up. It was on my desk and then I put it back. With you and Angela on the Barnett case also. And then there's only one other case left, and that's a state case with John Beeson.
Right.
And John said he's got a trial something, he may have a trial someplace else. So if we do go to trial, it'll probably be one of yours.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Public intoxication and hindering opposing.
I feel as though I've made a pretty handsome offer to the defendant. I
Yeah, you
offered
did.
he could plead 1 or 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Probation, jail cap of 15 days. This is a relatively recent case from November.
Yeah,
Have we had this up for trial yet?
no, this is the first time it's been up for trial.
Okay. What's his prior record look like?
Am I allowed to discuss that while we're live on YouTube?
We can go off YouTube.